Ich warte auf das Signal aus der Technik.
Wir können starten. Signation folgt.
Project Award an der HTL Leonding. Project Award an der HTL Leonding.
Wunderbar. Liebe Gäste, liebe Jury, liebe Teams, herzlich willkommen bei unserem Project Award 2025. Ein ganz besonderes Willkommen darf ich aussprechen an unsere Gäste aus Perg und aus Christkirchen und ein herzliches Willkommen auch an unsere Jury und natürlich ein digitales Willkommen an alle, die uns heute im Livestream folgen werden. Mein Name ist Katharina Gallner-Holzmann. Ich darf Sie heute durch den Nachmittag führen und in dieser Funktion darf ich gleich das Wort übergeben an unseren Herrn Direktor Dr. Keinersdorfer.
Er sollte das Jury-Mikrofon nehmen, das schwarze.
Freulich, ja. Ja, auch meinerseits als Schulleiter dieser HTL einen herzlichen, schönen Nachmittag. Ich bin immer bei dem Project Award sehr, sehr stolz auf unsere Schüler. Die bringen Leistungen aus meiner Sicht mindestens so wie bei der Matura. Also die brauchen sich überhaupt nicht in der Wirtschaft zu verstecken. Ich begrüße sehr herzlich auch die Schüler der anderen Informatik-HTLs aus Christkirchen und aus Perg. Und ich habe schon gesagt, es sind alle Jahre extreme Leistungen. Und immer wenn man glaubt, es gibt keine Steigerung, dann wird man alle Jahre um ein Besseres belehrt. Und in diesem Sinn bitte ich jetzt Herrn Peter Bauer, den Head of Department of Informatics, auf die Bühne. Danke.
Danke, Richard. Tja, ihr Lieben, ich habe immer die Ehre, die Jury vorstellen zu dürfen. Möchte allerdings vorher nur ein paar kleine Dankes vorschieben sozusagen. Und zwar als erstes, Katharina, danke, dass du doch sehr kurzfristig die Moderation des Events übernommen hast. Tipptopp vorbereitet, wie ich gesehen habe, also alles wird gut. Und vielleicht einmal einen Applaus, oder? Jetzt habe ich nicht einmal eine Ahnung, ob sie da ist. Doch, Sarah. Sarah Ischewitsch, sie hat praktisch mit mir gemeinsam und eigentlich sehr viel hands-on die Organisation übernommen. Das Ding wäre, glaube ich, nicht so ins Laufen gekommen oder hätte mir noch ein paar Nachtschichten beschert und die hast du mir abgenommen. Vielen herzlichen Dank, dass du das so cool gemacht hast. Super, danke. Applaus bitte. Ja, und weil es nachher meistens immer untergeht, das Streaming-Team, das arbeitet da immer mit vollem Enthusiasmus und so professionell, dass wirklich gut ist. Erich Bahr und seine Jungs und Mädels, aber ich glaube nur Jungs, einen herzlichen Applaus, aber die sind da so, ja, nein, sie. Da sind sie. Wunderbar, dass das heuer auch wieder so gut geklappt hat. So, jetzt aber zur Jury, weil das ist ja doch auch ein großes Herz dieses Project Awards und ich freue mich, jetzt alle vorstellen zu dürfen, einzeln, damit wir das irgendwie haben. Ja, ich fange an mit einer Frau, das ergibt total viel Sinn, nämlich mit einer unheimlich umtriebigen Frau. Sie ist Data Scientist bei Phil in Gurten im Innviertel. Weiter Weg hier bis Leonding. Danke, dass du ihn genommen hast, Verena. Sie ist du bist Absolventin der TU Wien, ja, und aber so wie und eben Data Scientist bei Phil und aber so wie fast alle Frauen in der Informatik auch sehr umtriebig andere Dinge zu tun bist, habe ich gefunden. Ich habe es googelt. Teamlead Upper Austria der Women in AI. Und das ist auch sehr gut. Bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus für Verena Pitsch. Dankeschön. ich sehe gerade, ich habe die Frauen vorgereiht. Ja. Wir haben als nächstes, wenn man die Augen schließt und sich eine taffe Frau in der Informatik vorstellt, dann habe ich das Glück, ich brauche die Augen nicht zumachen, ich sehe sie sofort. Nämlich die Christina Haas. Sie ist die Gründerin und CEO von Together Secure, ihrer eigenen Firma. Eine Absolventin dieser Schule und einfach eine unheimlich wertschätzende und unterstützende Frau. Bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus. Danke, Christina, dass du da bist. Ja, dann haben wir die Barbara Schachner von der Dynatrace. Die Dynatrace selber ein sehr wertvoller und wichtiger Partner natürlich für uns. Du hast, habe ich auch gegoogelt, praktisch in der Eindhoven University of Technology unter anderem auch studiert. Bist jetzt Director of Software Development and Product Security, so wie es da steht. Und damit auch eine wirklich maßgebliche Rolle in der Dynatrace, was jetzt auch nicht mehr so wenig ist. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass du heuer bei uns mit dabei bist. Bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus, Barbara. Danke, dass du da bist. So, genau, und jetzt ich gehe einfach da weiter. Ein treuer Unterstützer, ein unheimlich, wirklich langjähriger Unterstützer schon von uns an der HTL Leonding, der Harald Pfoser. Du bist noch immer Product Owner für Fabersoft Cloud Native Clients und Mobile Apps. Stimmt das? Sehr gut. So ungefähr, oder wie? Genau, in der so gesehen auch ein Profi mit viel Erfahrung, der sicherlich sehr viel guten Input geben kann für unsere Projekte. Einen herzlichen Applaus. Danke, Harald. Gut, dann kommen wir mehr in den universitären Bereich. Auch dies ist wichtig. Ich glaube, es ist immer gut, auch in unserer Jury. Wir haben Leute direkt aus der Wirtschaft und aber eben auch aus dem tertiären Sektor. Und das ist sehr spannend. Und die haben immer sehr hochkarätige Leute, auch heuer wieder bei uns. Bitte, Peter Mössenböck, ich weiß nicht, googelt es einfach, falls ihr es nicht wisst. Es ist die Liste ist unendlich lange. Du warst an der JKU immer einen maßgeblichen Zwischendekan, Leiter der Studienkommission, alle diese diese Jobs, die eine Uni so auch mit sich bringt und die akademischen Würden in deinem Bereich von Systemprogrammierung, Compilerbau, die brauchen wir auch nicht weiter auszubreiten. Es ist eine unheimliche Ehre, dass du wieder da bist. Bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus, Hans-Peter Mössenböck. Naja, von der JKU an die FH ist es nicht weit. Christoph Schaffer, du bist Leiter des Departments for Smart and Interconnected Living oder habt ihr euch wieder umorganisiert? Man weiß es nicht so genau. Auf jeden Fall eigentlich, was vor allem für mich wichtig ist, immer wieder dich zu wissen, mit dir gemeinsam Dinge machen zu können. Ich muss auf dem Kreuz stehen bleiben, sonst schimpft mir der Erich. Diese Kooperation ist immer wieder sehr fruchtbringend und ich freue mich immer wieder, dich hier bei uns zu haben. Christoph Schaffer, bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus für ihn. Danke. Und ich habe auch eine internationale Jury versprochen. Leider ist uns Dieter Kranzelmüller ausgefallen kurzfristig. So ist es mit viel beschäftigten Menschen, die haben dann ab und zu doch irgendwas anderes. Aber wir haben auf jeden Fall noch einen. Wo ist er? Wolltest du ihn am Screen tun, den Gerhard? Damit wir noch sehen. Gerhard Eschelbeck. Hallo, servus, dass du da bist. Schön, dich zu sehen. Auch hier rate ich einfach mal nur Google anzuwerfen. Es sind so viele Dinge, die man hier aufzählen könnte. Ich sage nur, keine Ahnung, ehemaliges Google Board Member. Er ist jetzt CSO bei Kodiak Robotics, Digital Technology Advisor für die Olympischen Spiele in Tokio und in Paris. Ja, also ganz, ganz viele sehr spannende Dinge. Bitte einen ganz herzlichen Applaus an Gerhard Eschelbeck aus Mountain View in Kalifornien hier zugeschaltet. Bitte. So, jetzt aber sind wir kurz vorm Start der ersten Präsentationen. Nur eine Sache, die ich noch sagen möchte. Ja. Wir haben heuer eine Neuerung. Ja. Der erste Preis, bisher ein Bargeldpreis von 600 € für die Teams. Ja, es ist auch schön, ja, aber wir haben heuer etwas geschafft, da bin ich selber auch ein bisschen stolz drauf. Wir haben nämlich den ersten Preis, das ist ein Travel-Ticket nach Luxemburg zur, ich vergesse das immer wieder, ja, Luxemburg International Science Expo. Das heißt, das Gewinnerteam bekommt den ganzen Trip bezahlt und 5 Tage volles Programm, Networking, Social Gatherings, wunderbare Unterstützung bei der Präsentation der eigenen Projekte in einem internationalen Umfeld. Hier kommen international Schüler und Schülerinnen, Teams zusammen, um ihre Arbeiten zu präsentieren. Und ich glaube schon, dass das einmal so eine richtig coole Geschichte ist, dass wir das machen können. Und da gibt es jetzt noch eine Geschichte, natürlich, wenn es international ist. Das heißt, wir müssen uns hier auch auf Englisch präsentieren. And that's the reason why I switched to English now. I really practiced this one. And now I'm really, really happy to announce this. And there is one thing I have to mention here. This wouldn't have been possible without the help of one of my colleagues, and I just really want to feature her, Katarina Povac. Could you please come to here? A warm hand, please. Thanks for helping me here. And how do you feel? Everything's fine? Okay. Yeah, it's really great to have this and to give this opportunity to our students. And you were doing the contact things, and so we fixed everything together. And we hope that we will have a really, really great team in Luxembourg in November this year. Okay. Thank you. It was really great. Yeah. And of course, there's just one little thing, because nothing of this would have been possible without the financial support of our alumni club. So, I don't know, so Gerhard, please stand up and take the applause for this. You made this possible. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, now I'm finished, and Katharina, please take over. Thank you.
I got mine. Okay, so this is where the challenge begins also for me, but I'm going to try this in English. 19 teams are going to compete today, and they are going to compete in the categories Best of Project, Best of Business, and Best of Innovations. Small summary of the rules. Every team has 15 minutes, including time for preparation, the presentation, there's a small video, and a live demo. The presentation should last no longer than 10 minutes because we need time for our questions, of course. So there will be questions from the jury and also from the audience. Yes, one small thing, we do have one break, but if you need to go outside, you can always do so. Please do this in between the presentations so that we don't disturb the presentation time. Okay, so let's start. I can welcome our first team from the HTL Christkirchen. Luca Künzler and Jasmin Meyer are introducing 3D Perks, a tool to optimize endoprosthesis installation surgery. So welcome on the stage, please. There they are.
Hallo, mein Name ist Luca Günzel und meine Teilaufgabe beim Projekt 3D Perks war die Verarbeitung der Daten der bildgebenden Diagnostik.
Hallo, ich bin die Maya Jasmin. Bei der Diplomarbeit 3D Perks waren meine Aufgaben die 3D-Modellierung aus den aufbereiteten CD-Daten und die Entwicklung eines Frontends eben zur Bereitstellung des gesamten Rekonstruktionsprozesses. Genau, Dankeschön.
Wir sehen kein Notebook.
So, ja gut, anstecken wäre nicht schlecht. All right. So, as fate would have it, it is us that will have the honor of kickstarting this wonderful afternoon with our project 3D Perks, which is an acronym that only works in German, so perhaps a slight inconvenience there. Let's say, for whatever reason, that a patient needs a new knee, hip, shoulder. This can be ailments such as fracture, arthritis, and especially with advancing age come challenges for the bone and the joint. To alleviate this problem, there are endoprostheses. Endoprostheses are artificial joints that are installed in lieu of the natural tissue. This is an oversimplified model of a bone. It consists of the outer layer, the so-called cortical, which is mostly calcium, and the inner layer, spongiosa, which contains all manner of hemorrhaginizing tissue, the tissue that builds blood cells, and so on. When installing an endoprosthesis, it is of utmost importance that the prosthesis does not significantly intrude into the inner layer, around here, because that would significantly decrease the stability of the bone at large, as well as protrude from the bone tissue over here, as that would cause problems for muscle tissue, for sinews, and for the cartilage. As you can see, these are all areas where issues have arisen in the past and may arise in the future. A perfect endoprosthesis would look something like this, where the prosthesis transitions flushly with the surrounding tissue and the inner layer is not impeded at all. In order to plan such kind of procedure, a so-called CT scan is made with the patient. It works by having an X-ray revolve really quickly around a body, and this will generate semi-two-dimensional images, so-called slices, into a scan. These scan images would look something like this. Please keep in mind that these are saved in a separate format, the so-called DICOM format, and these images are already freshened up for better presenting experience, but these are not the real data, it's just for presentation. This is where our project comes in, the so-called 3D Perks project. It takes these kinds of data, and thresholds them and segments the cortical and spongiosa layer from within the bone into something which can then be used for a 3D reconstruction, as we already showed there. These images are then stacked on top of each other, literally, in order to generate a 3D model that looks something like this. All right. This is one such example of the same images that we showed before, and it is also the same model that we have supplied on the table. Let us now proceed to the live demo.
Yeah, so now I'm going to continue with the live demo. Okay. Right. So, first of all, you can select a folder that contains the DICOM files. Then you get a preview of the DICOM files, and in here you can also select a range in the slice, in the whole scan, which I can do now. Then you can choose between the image segmentation methods, which are adaptive thresholding, simple thresholding, and edge detection. For now, I'm going to choose adaptive thresholding. These are some additional parameters which you can check or uncheck. And here you can apply a Laplacian and Taubin filter to the 3D model. They can also enter how many iterations you want to be applied of the Laplacian or Taubin filter, which I'm going to do now. And then you can click on Start and select a folder where the output folder where everything is going to be stored. So now this is running. And meanwhile, we're going to look at the 3D models. For example, this is a hip, which is also generated with our tool. And here, I also have the knee, which you also have 3D printed here. In this model, there are 30 iterations of both filters applied, and this is the outcome. So now we can have a look at the folder, which just got created. In here we have a 3D folder, which contains the 3D models, and then a DICOM folder with the DICOM files, and an image folder with the segmented images. Yeah. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now there's time for questions. Who wants to have a microphone? Yes. Of course.
Okay. So I have to switch it on.
Is it on?
No. Yeah, so thank you. A very impressive project. Although I'm not quite sure what was your computer science part, your programming part in that. Could you quickly summarize what you did there?
We got data stored in DICOM files. So we'll just start from around here, I guess.
We don't see your screen.
Oh, right.
Yeah. You're connected, right?
We are.
Can we have a screen here,
Oh, yeah.
please? Oh, thanks.
Then we're just going to do that, and that should work, I guess. All right, perfect. So we get the DICOM files, so the raw data.
So you are combining these slices into a 3D image.
First of all, we are combining these slices, but before that, we are segmenting the images. We only have they are grayscale arrays, essentially, these images that correspond to the tissue's thickness. So the brighter a particular pixel, the denser the tissue, and that is all the information we get out of the DICOM. Mm-hmm. And we then run an algorithm, such as one of the image segmentation algorithms presented. Adaptive thresholding uses the Gaussian equation to generate these kinds of images. Essentially, this is the part that we do. We get this, or roughly this, and generate this out of that. Mm-hmm. The challenge essentially was to have a noticeable difference between the cortical layer, the outer layer, which you can see around here, and the inner layer, the spongiosa. Mm-hmm. Because, as I already said, if you cut away too much of the spongiosa, you will have major health problems down the line.
Mm-hmm. And what was the goal of the Klinikum Christkirchen to ask you to do this project? I'm assuming that there are a lot of commercial tools that do the same thing, so the Klinikum normally uses these commercial?
Previously, this process was done manually. So you had a doctor that essentially painted these images into a slicer, and it was then iterated into a 3D model.
So there are no commercial tools available that do that?
Not any that we know of, or not that the Clinicum uses any.
Okay, thank you.
Short question. So you mentioned some filters you are using in these applications. Did you use a library to implement them, or have you implemented by your own?
No, we use the Python library to do so.
It's a Python library. Okay, thank you.
I would like to know more about the applicability of of your tool. So the interface is really self-explanatory for me, but I would like to understand how the doctors are working with that. So they are creating this 3D model. Afterwards, I guess they are 3D printing it, and then they are planning the operation on it, or how does this work? So from the terms of how they're using the tool.
In Blender or in a 3D model preview of your choice, the doctors would then import a 3D model of the prosthesis or of prosthesis that they offer, and then they would pretty much move the prosthesis object onto the model that we generate, and when you move them, and you can just look at the intersection and at the lack of intersection if it protrudes from the tissue.
I see, and so this process is now much faster because
yes.
you basically automatize the manual work they did before.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So that means that it's already used now in the clinic?
It is already used, and it works within accuracy that is reasonable to perform diagnostics. Oh. So it is 1 millimeter plus minus as an error, and that is enough to warrant usage in medical surroundings.
Cool, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, also congrats. I think it's a great project. I also very much liked how you explained it. For me, a question would be, what was for you the hardest part?
Doubtless, the hardest part was segmenting the CT scans into the segmented images. Well, because these images are stored in a separate format that these large manufacturers, Siemens and all these kind of manufacturers use in order to save these kind of data. And it is all one format, so ultrasound, X-ray are all saved in this format, and you'd have to extrapolate the raw data out of that format. It is a binary format. Out of this binary format into an image. The image is then ugly. You would have to prettify it, you'd have to filter it, to apply blurs to kind of blur out the veins and the tissue and the sinews, and then, only then, you could perform some algorithms to segment them.
Cool, thanks.
One question from me is, do you have experience how accurate your models are? Did you compare that with real bones, for example? Yeah? So did you get results from the doctors, how accurate your models are?
Yes, we got 3D models manually created previously, and we got the same input data and compared them to the models that we generated, and over the board they were accurate enough to be used in lieu of the manual process.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, any questions? No? Then thank you so much.
Maybe I have one more question, if I may. I was just wondering what kind of compute capacity do you need, and how long does it take actually to process those images?
It depends very much on how many iterations of the smoothing algorithms you apply to the 3D model. Generally, a whole body scan with 0.7 millimeters of slice thickness, which correlate to about 1,200 images, would take around half an hour on our non-heavy-duty laptop, while these demo versions with only one and only half a knee essentially took, as you were able to see, about 30 seconds to complete.
Very cool. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you so much. We are right on time. So I can I have to be here. I can welcome the next team. Luna Glatzer, Lorenz Holzbauer and Fabian Baitura will present the programming language Kipper.
What's this error? Undefined is not a function. Damn. Why is this undefined?
Hello, I'm Kipperman, and I'm here to help you.
Whoa.
Kipper is a statically typed programming language designed for the web, with a dynamic runtime which allows you to work safely without sacrificing security. Hello, I'm Lawrence. I was responsible for the runtime part of the language. I started working on Kipper with zero knowledge about compilers, but that changed rapidly in the first week. I discovered my love for programming when I realized that computers do everything you tell them to, after about 1,000 lines of trial and error.
Our colleague Habo was also involved in our diploma thesis. Due to various health reasons, he is unfortunately unable to be present in our video and at this presentation. However, we still want to honor his part of the thesis and highlight his aspects of the work. He was responsible for the classes and internal complex types, such as objects, which are an essential part of the language.
Hi, I'm Luna. I was the one responsible for the compiler for the language, powering the mechanisms for processing an input file. I pioneered this project a few years ago and have always been interested in compiler development and programming languages.
I would just like to mention that Habo, in fact, isn't dead. He's just feeling a bit unwell. It was a bit overdramatic. So, we're going to present to you the Kipper programming language. But what problem is so huge that it would require a whole other programming language? Well, the web languages, because they are fundamentally broken. They have no strict runtime type checking or any runtime security whatsoever. And the security instead relies upon the developer. But you shouldn't trust the developers, because correcting errors for the developers is tough, and the issues are often hard to track. To visualize this, we have a client app that requests the stocks of today from the server. The client expects a timestamp and an index, and the server returns a timestamp and a value. But do you see it? The name's different. So the data and the client is still expecting it to be called index. And the interface at compile time also is written for a variable called index. But this should fail, right? No, it doesn't. JavaScript doesn't fail when at runtime a type is wrong. It just sets it as undefined and doesn't throw an error. So the solution to this would be a programming language which can generate type-safe JavaScript and TypeScript code. It uses a runtime environment and has detailed types checks, but also all the other features of programming languages, like high-level functions, type-checked casts, and types with a secure at run and compile time. To visualize the solution to this once again, we still have the client, which is still expecting the index instead of the value. But now with the Kipper interface, we are prepared for this, because the Kipper interface has a runtime representation and can be type-checked, so Kipper knows there's an error and can handle it. In practice, it looks like this. That's the JavaScript code a developer is writing. The function gets the data from the internet, in our case, the index. Then it is cast at compile time to a response type. But at runtime, it looks differently, because this index here, it's not there, and it throws an error. And undefined is not a function error. With Kipper, we can handle this. As you can see here, we have a try-as operator, which is one of the many runtime operators Kipper has. It can check for correct runtime types, and it returns a null if it's broken. So we can check for null, and if it's null, we know it's broken, and if it's not null, we can proceed as normal. Now Luna is going to talk to you about the features.
Yes, so first of all, as you would expect, this language is built upon a compiler as it translates the language we've built, Kipper in this case, to our target languages JavaScript and TypeScript. This compiler parses and analyzes the language and performs all of the necessary steps for processing in file. So this includes the code generation and a runtime library which powers this whole system. So this runtime library runs next to your code and helps you with your runtime types, as well as all the operations such as casting, type checks, pattern matching, etc. So all of that is handled by us at runtime as well. Additionally, like you would expect with a modern language like also TypeScript, we have first-class support for objects, interfaces, and classes. So all of those can be used like you would already do in modern web languages. Additionally, that's something new, as we already mentioned, the pattern matching and runtime typecasting. So as the system is closed off, we have now the ability to pattern match with our types and generally work with all the data and generally check if it's safe or not. Now let's go to a live demo of this language. So here we're on the KEBA website. We have a simple program where we're just simply doing what we already showed you earlier in the example. So we have our interface response with a timestamp and index, both typed. We have then a function, in this case get stock data. This is simply a representation of what you would do with like a web request and something. But in this case, it's just the object, just for simplicity. As a web request doesn't have any type associated with it, it's just dynamic data that is shipped from one server to your client. It doesn't have any type. So in this case, it's any. However, if you want to work with the data, you need to cast it to a specific type and ensure that the data that goes into your closed system is safe and also what you expect. So in this case, we're then doing try as response. As already shown, this means we have a response which may be null if the object is broken. If you want to check this further, you can also do other operations to further investigate how this data is represented and generally look up what properties are available. But in this case, we're simply wanting to know if the data is even, well, functional in the way we expect. So if we run this now, as you can see, here it's correct. But if we now, for example, say, we now have a new version of an API, for example, and the data is now different for some reason. We don't know, just it happened. In this case, the data is broken. Because at the runtime, the interface is checked against the data, and the data is as such validated and can be now safely used. Now, let's get back to our presentation. So first of all, what is the architecture of our language? It's pretty simple. We have only two major components. So first of all, we have ANTLR4. Some of you might know it, but it's generally just a parser and lexer generator, which works on the grammar file. So very simply, just it processes our files and puts it into a tree we can work with. Then we have the core compiler, which is just written in TypeScript. So this is the most close resemblance of our language. So theoretically, in the future, you could also write a compiler in Kipper. So it is the Kipper compiler for Kipper. This compiler, as you would expect, has an abstract syntax tree, so the abstraction of a file and a program, which is then used with the semantic analyzer. This checks the data, validates all the structures, logical elements, and then extracts the data that is required and also for type checking. This type checker then works with all the data, analyzes it, processes it, and then gives it off to the output generator, where all of that is translated into runtime structures, so also runtime types. In our case, as already mentioned, this means we have JavaScript and TypeScript output, which is both safe at runtime. Now to the open source aspects of our project. Generally, Kipper is a bit older than some of the projects here. It's already been freely accessible since 4 years, so it's a bit more, well, mature, you would say. Generally, all of the feature and bug tracking has happened since then on GitHub with source code, and has been developed here at the HTL Leonding. And as such, it's just an open source project, as you would expect. Forks are possible of it, and you can work with it yourself. Additionally, we have a DeepLV3 license, so it's also generally open source, and you can use it yourself. So this is not a commercial product, but generally like any other programming language, or most programming languages, a product which anyone can use if they want to. Now, let's get to the future of Kipper. Well, generally, the language is already mature, and we have achieved our feature completeness as we would have liked. There's still a lot of things we would like. For example, tight integration and support of the JavaScript standard. This would mean more supporting constructors, all of the complex structures that would be just expected of a modern language. Generally, also importing and exporting modules, so imports and exports. This is not currently supported, which is something that would be very good to have. And then generally, we would like to extend on what we already have, build on like inheritance structure, so we can also have more complex types, extend class functionality, and generally what you would expect for a modern standard of a programming language. Generally, the foundation is already here, so we can just work on it. But currently, it's still a development project, so it's not like a full-blown language like you would expect with, for example, Python or, I don't know, TypeScript. So this is still in development, but this is something that already in its base form is available and usable. So thank you for your attention, and I hope I was able to explain it well.
Yes. I think it's on.
Is it on? Let's test. No. Green light. Good idea. Perfect. Okay. What was the reason for you that you decided to make this project?
Well, initially it wasn't as big as you would say. At first, it was just an idea of making a lot of processes in JavaScript easier and have a refined way where everything's streamlined without having to do it yourself. And so the idea of a program just naturally came up because that's something that happens a lot with JavaScript. There's many languages that try to do this. But over time, it just grew, and then we realized, yeah, we could use this for even a bigger project, in this case, just a closed-off system where types we can control, manage, and we don't have anything leaking out, like, for example, in TypeScript. So it just grew over the years into this. But I think probably around 2 years ago, we already started with this complex type structure.
Okay.
Okay.
So actually, I would wanted to refrain from commenting because I'm a kind of biased. You were doing this project last summer as an intern at JKU, and I know it quite well. But maybe one thing I did not know. So what happened during the last year? Did you apply it in practice? Did you find runtime errors in bigger software projects?
Well, yes, I did. In the GitHub API, which you might see as well maintained, there are quite a few type errors upon which I stumbled. And they were a pain to fix because you don't expect the data types to be different. But suddenly they are. And, well, Kipper helped me fixing that. So, yeah, they are practical use cases.
Very good.
I'm wondering if you have done any analysis on the security side about the improvements that some of your enhancements bring security-wise, like specific attacks that are no longer viable and whatnot.
Well, this goes into more cybersecurity area. I mean, generally, if you have type safety and you have types which are strict and a closed-off system, it's way less likely that you get malformed data and something that would potentially execute something bad. However, as this is more oriented around types and structures, for example, you can't prevent an injection attack. If, for example, a string is malformed, it gets into your system. So that's not something we can really do. And it's not something really focused on. So we don't really know if, for example, in some use cases, it might even be useful for preventing certain attacks. But in general, we think that the safety provided by just this closed-off system is already useful in many, many use cases. So I think in this case, it's just much easier compared to the raw JavaScript where you have the raw types and everything which you have to handle yourself, even in TypeScript, which generally only helps if you have a system you built yourself or something you know. So I think this case, it can help with cybersecurity, but it's not something we generally focused on.
Oh, wonderful. Maybe a future opportunity.
I also have a question. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to know, so you mentioned you're using it to assess your own APIs you found on the web. Do you know, so you mentioned also the repository on GitHub is public. How long has it been public? And do you know whether there are also other users? Has it been downloaded already? Or do you have some numbers on that?
It has been public since 4 years, since the beginning. As far as I know, we don't have any download numbers from it because there's no statistic on GitHub for it. We have a respectable amount of stars, like maybe 30, which is quite okay for a self-made GitHub project. I mean, you could check it out. But yeah, we really hope that it gains traction, and we hope to see it used in real life.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Also, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering how much effort would it be to transfer an existing application to your language?
Generally, this is a complicated question because, first of all, it's not as simple as with JavaScript and TypeScript naturally. As when we set out, we decided against the approach of TypeScript set out by Microsoft, which says you have to be completely compatible with JavaScript. So there's like this complete compatibility. You can just import the code and it runs. In our case, that's not really possible, especially because the Kipper compiler, if you were to import all the code, you would find many, many errors, which you just wouldn't like, especially if you have like unchecked casts, unchecked structures. Generally migrating though, if you have generally a safe system and a closed-off system, like if you have, for example, an application, it wouldn't be that difficult, especially since the structures, everything like interfaces, objects, classes, they are the same, since underneath they're just the same structures, just with added runtime types and controlling structures. So I would say it would take some time, especially depending if the system is like more modular, like a lot of JavaScript systems are. But if it's generally already type safe, I think it shouldn't be that difficult, especially if you invest the time to also find all the errors and leaks for potential unsafe data.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, then thank you so much. Also, I think we owe some applause to the previous team because they disappeared from the stage and I didn't. So your applause now. All right, the third team joining us today is from the HTL Perg. Jakob Bruckner, Julia Gilhofer, and Alexander Nader developed KEBA, KEBA ChartView, a tool to help understand the development and status of a controller and to monitor changes in variables. So, very much looking forward to that.
Mein Name ist Jakob Bruckner. Ich bin im Projekt KEBA ChartView dafür verantwortlich, die Kommunikation zwischen der Industriesteuerung und unserem Projekt aufzubauen. Unser Projekt ist ein Analysetool für Industriesteuerungen, welches dabei hilft, Fehler im Fertigungsprozess zu finden.
Mein Name ist Julia Gilhofer und ich bin im Projekt KEBA ChartView dafür verantwortlich, dass das Chart im Web und auf dem Steuerungsdisplay einfach zu bedienen ist und dem Benutzer die Variablendaten zur Analyse zur Verfügung stellt. Das Chart ist individuell anpassbar und hilft dem Benutzer, Variablen im Kontext zueinander zu betrachten.
Mein Name ist Alexander Nader und ich bin im Projekt KEBA ChartView dafür verantwortlich, dass sich das Chart nahtlos in den Dev-Admin integriert. Der Dev-Admin ist eine Webanwendung, in der es möglich ist, Maschinensteuerungen zu verwalten. Im Software-Oszilloskop, unserem Teil des Dev-Admins, ist es möglich, Konfigurationen zur Datenvisualisierung vorzunehmen und Einstellungen für das Chart zu treffen.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation of our diploma thesis, KEBA ChartView. As the name might already say, our diploma thesis was conducted in cooperation with KEBA. KEBA is an international company with its head or headquarters here not too far in Linz. The product portfolio of KEBA can be split up into 3 sectors. First, industrial automation. Here, KEBA produces the so-called programmable logic controllers, or PLCs, as you can see right here. Our project was conducted in this sector of KEBA. Other sectors are also energy automation and handover automation. Our contact person, who helped greatly during the implementation phase of this project, was Fabian Schöppel.
On the screen right now, you can see an exemplary industrial production machine. To be exactly, this machine is an injection molding machine that produces rubber ducks. These rubber ducks are produced by injecting a molten plastic into a mold and then letting that cool off. Of course, the production should go smoothly, but sometimes errors could occur. For example, the beak of the rubber duck could not be filled out completely. Then this product would be faulty and could not be used. Of course, then it's important to figure out what exactly causes this problem to be able to resolve it as soon as possible. For such a production machine, there are various possibilities as to what could go wrong. For example, the temperature of the molten plastic could be too high or too low, or the pressure could be off. Also, the rotation speed of the injection screw and many other factors could produce this problem. Now, as an important first step to solve the problem, it is important to analyze all those variables, put them into one context, and be able to figure out what causes the problem to be able to solve this problem.
And this is exactly where our application, the software oscilloscope, comes in. The data on the machines is recorded by various sensors. On a typical modern injection molding machines, several hundreds of those variables are recorded at the same time. All the sensors have to be connected to the programmable logic controller to be accessed, of course. Our application has the feature to create data recorders. Those data recorders group some of the variables together to be able to better analyze them. For example, we could search out the three variables Julia just mentioned: the pressure, the speed, the temperature of the plastic, and the speed of the injection screw. Those can be grouped together in a data recorder and, of course, be further configured, for example, with a recording speed or a different recording method. Available recording methods are manual, continuous, and trigger. With trigger, it is possible to create start and stop conditions for when the recording should start or stop. So you could set a start condition that the recording starts when a certain pressure goes above 300 psi and stop again when it falls below 30.
All those variables in the data recorder are then displayed in a chart to be able to analyze those variables. They can be customized individually by, for example, setting the color of the line. It is a line graph. And you can also change the style of the line graph and set a width. You can customize the chart to be able to better analyze the data and hopefully figure out the problem. Now, to give you a short overview of the technologies which we used. The main framework we used was Angular, which of course comes with HTML, TypeScript, and in our case, SCSS. Part of our diploma thesis was documented and also tested using storybooks. And the whole diploma thesis is a part of the monorepo from KEBA. In this repo, there are all web-based projects put into one place to manage them all together. We access this monorepo using GitLab. Some other technologies which we used were Docker, Clockify, Visual Studio Code, and RxJS.
One important part of our project was it to implement a responsive design. This means our application dynamically adjusts to the size of the display on which it's currently opened. This is especially important because KEBA, amongst other things, produce many displays, as you can see here and on the presentation. Those screens have many different sizes, orientations, and capabilities. So it is important for our project to be, or our application to be usable on all of those displays. Many of those displays also support touch capabilities. That is why we optimized our application to support those touch gestures as well.
Now enough with the theory, let's move on to our live demo. As we already, first of all, here you can see our software oscilloscope. As mentioned in the video before, this is a small part of the dev admin. The dev admin is a device admin from KEBA that allows one to access such a PLC remotely and configure things and manage the PLC and essentially the machine. Right now here you can see our software oscilloscope. On the left we have a menu that displays the variables that are currently in the data recorder shown. Then there's the chart that shows the data of those variables. And above there's a small menu where you can manage the data recordings and start and stop the recordings. Now we can go ahead and create a new data recorder. Here we just set the new name and leave everything else as is. So you could theoretically also change the sample rate and so on. Then we can change to the new data recorder and start by adding a new variable, for which we just quickly copy the path and so on. But we can add a new variable. This variable will then, so the data recorder will then record the data of this variable. You can also set the scaling for the data. So, for example, if you want to plot two variables at the same time, and one has a value range of, let's say, 1 to 10, and the other has a value range of 1,000 to 3,000, then of course it's important to scale this data to be able to essentially see anything in the chart at all. That you can do here, and you can also customize the variables by, for example, setting a different color. Now we can add this variable, and of course we can also delete it again, and also delete the data recorder again. Let's go back to the other one that shows a little bit more. When we press start, we essentially start the recording. So the data recorder then records the values of those variables and displays them in the chart. We can stop this again to look at the variables in closer detail, but also to change up the variables. So for example, we could change the first variable by setting a new color, because just all black is a bit boring. Yes. Besides, when we run it again, we see the data again. We can stop again and take a closer look. So, for example, we can zoom in to see more details. And because everything is scaled, we can also set a cursor, which essentially is just a line, and all the data points for all the data points directly on the line, we can see the original value in the variable menu at the side. This basically concludes our presentation about our diploma thesis, KEBA ChartView. We'd be happy to answer more questions now.
Yeah, again, a very useful tool. I just wondered, did you think about using machine learning in order to automatically distinguish normal behavior from abnormal behavior? Because I think that the variables, the 100 variables that you are measuring, are interconnected. So by looking at the screen, of course it's possible to detect abnormal behavior, but a machine model, machine-trained model could do that maybe more precisely. Have you thought about that, or is that something which you could add afterwards?
Well, I mean, it would definitely be a cool add-on or new way to look at this project. Currently, we don't use any artificial intelligence. So like temperature, pressure, or rotation speed, a lot of times there's just the variables that very often cause the problem. So the operator of the machine hopefully knows those and then can look up those, especially in our diploma thesis here.
Okay.
But it would be cool.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice presentation. So who is operating this user interface? Is it an expert or is it a person operating the machine?
That could range from, as you said, the operator of the machine who observes
and the operator is aware of all the different variables. So you mentioned it's a huge list of different parameters.
The variables could be searched in another part of the dev admin as shown. The variable browser, there it is possible to find them, and also for other managers or troubleshooters maybe employed by the company that could remotely connect to the PLC and then analyze those variables from not the machine directly, but from the far.
Okay, and another question. So you showed that you can configure the sampling frequency of the different parameters. So is it really sampled on demand, or is it already stored in the machine so that you just pick the numbers and visualize them?
The variables are recorded all the time and stored into variables on the PLC, and we fetch the data in the set recording rate.
So you make some kind of subsampling and just pick out some of the samples, not all of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask the same question about the operators. But thanks for the presentation. I especially like the responsive design because that's actually not a standard in the industry. And I'm also working on collecting data from different controllers. So that's actually my domain. So that's really something which is actually not standard. And I know that also people in industry are working with different setups, maybe sometimes in the office with the laptop. Sometimes they are working in front of the machine with a tablet or something like that, so this is really valuable. I was wondering, so you mentioned, so I'm not sure whether I understood correctly, so you are configuring the variables you would like to see on the chart view, but are they already somewhere collected and recorded and you are just representing them, or are you, when you pressing the play button, you're just really recording and storing them? So I'm not sure whether I got this correctly.
As soon as the recording is started, we fetch the data from the PLC, which stores them into global variables, which are updated all the time. And for the recording duration, we fetch them and show those that were transformed to the device.
And can you store them afterwards somewhere?
It is possible. Julia implemented a function to export those, but not directly in the graph.
Mm-hmm. So you can export them and then use them further on for some analysis you need to do for maintaining and for operating the machine. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes, what I wanted to know is the rendering engine for your graphs is a web view or, okay.
It's a JavaScript library that it's called Muplot or uplot, and it makes the chart.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the fourth team joining us today is coming from our school, from the HTL Leonding. David Bierecker, Felix Haas, Daniel Fischelmeier und Niklas Drinkel present CT Online, a modern multilingual platform for driving education. So.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. Bring me the next shiny new thing. Bring me the next shiny new thing.
Imagine a future where driver's license training is smarter, more efficient, and really tailored to every student's needs. CT Online is here to make that future a reality. By leveraging big data analysis, we're not just helping students pass their theory tests. No, we're fundamentally transforming the way driving schools operate and how students learn. I want to welcome everyone here to the next generation of driver education. To kick things off, CT Online is a cross-platform app that allows driving school students, on the one hand, to prepare for the theory exams, and on the other hand, allows driving school administrators to manage their student base in an easy and straightforward process. The cooperation with the BOS GmbH and Co. KG allowed us to not only get valuable insights into the needs of potential customers, but also lets us build upon the company knowledge they gathered over the last 40 years. But before we take a closer look at the software itself, Felix will give a brief overview of the underlying technologies.
Exactly. Let's explore the tech stack that powers CT Online. Starting on the left with our web app that you will see in the following live demo, we're using Solid.js as our front-end framework with components from Material UI. Those tools enable us to build a fast and consistent user interface that helps the user to enjoy a seamless experience. Our backend is built on top of Ktor. Ktor is a backend framework made for Kotlin, which provides modern and easy-to-read syntax. The identity management is done using Ori. We chose Ori over other identity providers like Keycloak because it gives us the freedom to precisely tailor the identity management to our needs. To deliver new versions as fast as possible, we have automated pipelines for building and deploying our software with Docker and Kubernetes. OpenAPI and Postgres allow us to seamlessly integrate our services with each other. Now to the live demo.
Thank you, Felix. Now that you've seen the foundation we've built on, let's move on to a short live demo to show you what the user experience actually looks like. Starting with the driving school side, we have an overview of all the students the driving school currently manages. We have multi-tenant support, so a driving school administrator can manage multiple tenants, so multiple driving schools simultaneously. With this dropdown, we can select and filter the driving school we are currently managing. We have a search and filter as you would expect. By creating a ticket, we can give access to a new student. Let's call him, in this case, John Doe. After creating him an access that's kind of like a boarding pass for a plane, we add the features. In this case, we would add, for example, the B and the GV test model. This is common for car education.
After David created the ticket, I can now copy this ticket code or get it sent by him, and as a student, link it to my account. This way it's enrolled and only I am allowed to use the features. On the homepage, we see an overview of my current studying progress. So let's start studying. I want to learn a few questions which can be easily done. Sadly, I'm not very good right now and I don't get the correct answers, so I can click on the info button to get a hint. This hint shows us why this question is hard or how it can be solved and gives us some tips. Also, there are related questions. These are available through big data analysis. First we used a priori algorithm, but then we switched to the FP growth algorithm because it is better in performance. When we're going back, because I'm actually a German native, so I'd rather like learning in German. So let's just switch there. We can simply continue learning where we left off and go on with our studying. But actually, I'd like to get a more practical example and really get the feeling of a real-life test. So we can simply do a test simulation. Now I can start the test simulation and answer the same questions. The difference here is I don't get an immediate response if my answers were correct or they were wrong. Also, there is no hint here. I can simply go into a full view mode so I can be fully immersed, or it's also possible for me to learn on mobile apps and anywhere on the world. After using this testing feature, I'm fully prepared for my real exam.
Before the student gets access to the exam, driving schools want to check if the students really are able to pass the exam. For this, we created a statistics tab where the driving school can quickly see the questions that driving school students have problems with and embrace those questions and learn them before the test.
With feedback from driving schools, we have created an onboarding experience unlike anything in this industry has seen before. It not only improves the user experience for students, but it also integrates seamlessly into the existing workflows of driving schools. With multi-tenant capability, our platform supports multiple driving schools locations within a single system, giving each one the flexibility it needs while staying centrally managed. We also offer complete language support, allowing students to learn in their preferred language, making learning more accessible and inclusive. And with one platform for all tasks, everything you need is in one place. From student registration, scheduling, and communication, no need to switch between apps or websites.
Certain topics of the theoretical exam consistently challenge students. This is often due to their complexity or unintuitive nature. Using big data analysis, we can identify strong correlations between these topics and high error rates, allowing us to pinpoint exactly which questions students tend to struggle with. Using these insights, educators can now shift their focus towards critical areas, helping students to no longer learn by memorization and instead get a deeper understanding of the core principles of the questions. And this is exactly what sets CT Online apart from all other existing products on the market. which is why we are looking forward to introducing the next generation of driver education. Thanks for your time, and we'd love to hear your questions.
This is a very cool application, and I was wondering if you have considered actually releasing this as a product commercially, and if you've thought about pricing, licensing, and those kind of things. I find it very cool.
Yeah, definitely. We thought about all of that. We are actually in negotiations with our cooperation partner to really market launch this product. And there is a pricing model. As you have seen, those test model features, this is one part of our feature system. Each of these features will cost points. Those are virtual points in the app that driving schools can purchase. And therefore, with those virtual points, we can only also introduce discounts for driving schools with higher demands, because we want to give bigger driving schools discounts. There are also other features like a QR ID or driving records when you are driving for the L17 program, which will also cost some points for each ticket.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, I would like to add to this question. So I have the impression that your tool is not confined to driving license education. It's a general education system, a general question-answer system. Did you think about making that more general?
We didn't think that to make it more general, because we tried to specifically tailor it to driving schools.
Okay, that was your the company that gave you the project. But in general, it is a general question-answer system.
Currently, yes. But we plan to improve on that and add more driving school specific features to that.
And what I also would like to know is how easy is it to edit the questions and to set up the whole hierarchy of questions, and so what kind of input are you using there?
So the questions are provided by the Austrian ministry, so we don't need to edit them.
I don't mean the content, but rather the formatting. How do you feed your system with the...
The Austrian ministry provides an XML format.
XML,
yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, nice presentation, congratulations. So all the questions and all the translations are within this XML already, or?
Not all of them. So the Austrian ministry provides everything in German, and a bit the half of it in English, and the rest is translated with DeepL.
Okay.
And the hints are from the company we partnered with.
And the questions really correlate with the textbooks the driving schools are using?
They're the same.
They're the same, okay. Yeah, nice. Thanks.
Yeah, I also really like the project. It's a few years ago that I used such a software for the driving license. But yeah, it sounds really helpful. Also multi-tenancy often includes some security challenges, I guess. You have to make it one tenant secure from the other if you productize it. What kind of thoughts have you here already given to web vulnerabilities, and have you tested to hack it or added some special protection mechanisms?
Our system is quite secure because we use ORI for authentication, and after that we just use JWT tokens for every authentication request, and all to our APIs and S3 storage for the images. And we also plan to introduce a role-based system. We already have a role-based system, so for each tenant there is a tenant owner, that's the driving school owner, which also has an account, and there are tenant admins which can lose their access to a tenant.
Cool, and things like cross-site scripting, have you thought about that?
Not really, because it's not that important in this context.
Okay.
What I'm interested in is what means CT?
It's a legacy name from our partner company, and originally it stands for computer test.
Okay. And behind that questions or that learning, is there a learning model behind it so that the user will always be reminded, for example, to some question that he didn't know before, and those questions will be sorted in a particular order so that questions that the user does not answer correctly appear more often, and so on?
Yeah, we already experimented with such systems, and we have a kind of the system in place. If you answer a question twice correct, it's called as complete, so you get the full percentage for the progress. We only show the buckets, but you can't select the buckets on its own, but this would be easy to implement.
I also spent a privacy and security thought on that. So did you think about, I think you collect a lot of private data in there, and did you have spend some ideas on how to secure them, also in the sense of multi-tenant usability?
So all the data is stored in our database with foreign keys so that we can delete confidential data after the EU regulations. And security-wise, driving schools are responsible themselves to keep their accounts secure. We have two-factor authentication because of ORI and...
Yes, but you have to log information every time somebody accesses this private data and things like that. In the sense of GDPR. In the sense of GDPR, because there you have names and also statistic data of private persons in there.
Yeah. Only the driving schools that have purchased for the ticket and the student has enrolled itself to his account can then access. So this is an action the student takes if he wants to provide the data to the tenant. And only then the tenant gets those informations, and the tenant is responsible for giving the name and the birth date also, so the student can't edit this information.
Okay.
Any more questions from the audience, maybe? So thank you so much. Our next project is coming to us from the HTL Perg. It's called Panda. It doesn't have to do anything with a bear. Sebastian Horner, Moritz Kern, Martin Birgersdorfer and Tobias Wahl have developed a tool that answers to chat questions based on information in your own documents.
Grüß euch, mein Name ist Sebastian Hurner und ich bin Projektleiter der Diplomarbeit Panda, wie wir sie nennen. Panda ermöglicht es, aus einem großen Pool von Dokumenten die richtige Antwort auf Ihre Frage zu finden. Meine Aufgaben in der Diplomarbeit waren es, die Implementierung der Elasticsearch Datenbank sowie auch die Analyse und Optimierung der Elasticsearch Datenbank, vor allem im Vergleich zur Milvus Datenbank, die Tobias implementiert hat.
Grüß euch, ich bin der Tobias und meine Aufgabe im Projekt war die Implementierung der Vektordatenbank. Grüß euch, ich bin der Moritz. Bei unserer Diplomarbeit war ich für die Implementierung unseres Chat-Frontends verantwortlich.
Grüß euch, ich bin der Martin. Ich bin auch beim Panda-Projekt dabei. Ich bin für das Backend zuständig. Das ist eine Schnittstelle zwischen Frontend und den Datenbanken. Das Besondere dabei ist, dass wir mit Large Language Models, also ChatGPT, kommunizieren.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the jury, present professors and everybody else. Our project's name is a comparison of lexical and semantic search in a retrieval augmented generation system, or how we lovely call it, Panda. Starting in September 2023, we created a chat system to ask very technical questions and to get answers in natural language in real time. We are 4 students from the HTL Perg. Our project leader, Sebastian Horner, worked on the Elasticsearch database. Tobias Wahl worked on the other database called Milvus. The frontend was created by Moritz Kern, and the backend was in my responsibilities. The company IT Pro stepped forward to us with a very general problem. In project management, there are often very technical questions that cannot be answered in a very short time. So there are documents stored with the providing information, with the right answers, but where exactly are these documents and where are the right answers in these documents? This search is a very time-consuming process, and we created a solution to boost the efficiency. Moving on to the goals of our system. The search has to be very fast, and in order to provide a helpful tool, correct answering is essential. Users should also be able to do further research. The original document behind can be very important, and the user now knows the exact location of it. The next goal of our system is to compare 2 different search methods. Our first database, Milvus, is a vector search, so it works with a semantic search. Elasticsearch is a database with a lexical search engine, and it has its own query language. Our system implements the company's security mechanisms, so all authorized stakeholders are able to use the system.
So, before we come to explain which technologies we used, I want to show a live demonstration of our project. As we can see here, first of all, we have to log in with SSO to come to our homepage. Here we can see that we have to create a new chat to be able to ask a question. For example, we could ask how malt is produced, which is stored in any of the documents we have stored in the directory. Right now, we can see that we have searched with Elasticsearch. We have selected in the right top corner. Now we have gotten an answer. This answer is correct, what you can see, and I can also see in which document this answer was found. In this case, in the Bierblauen handout Word document, if I need it for further research. Here I can see again that I used the Elasticsearch database for this question to answer. The whole request took us about 3.7 seconds. Now I want to choose another database to see if the answer can also be the question can also be answered correctly. Afterwards, we will see some plots what the differences of these 2 databases are. Here we are getting a very similar answer to the question, also with the file name and the time it took. For documents being in another language or anything, we can provide more information beside the question with the LLM content. Maybe we want to ask a question in German, but we know or we accept that the document where the information is stored could be in English. We could use this LLM content, especially for the Elasticsearch lexical search. This is very important to find the right documents. So, but how did we implement this? As we could see right now, the users are logging in to the Angular frontend over SSO. also the communication to the C# backend is secured with the token we get from the SSO. Then we had to create a new chat before we could enter a question. Therefore, we have a communication with the Microsoft SQL Server database where all our chats, questions, and answers are stored to be selected afterwards and see all chats we have created. But now we don't have stored any documents anywhere. So we have a second backend program called the document dissector. The document dissector crawls in a system directory and tracks the file modifications, creations, and deletions and process the files and then insert them into Elasticsearch and Milvus. So now we have created a chat and there are documents indexed in the search databases. Now the users are able to type in a question, like I did before. This question then is processed to our backend. But with this question, I'm not able to directly ask the database, so I have to create a keywords or vectors for the Milvus database, which I can use to search for the right document. In case of Elasticsearch, I'm using predefined queries where I put in the keywords the LLM, in this case OpenAI, generated. In Milvus, there are vectors used to search. When we get, or after we got the right document from the database, we have to further process it to get a natural answer to our question. This is done by OpenAI because the document we retrieve can also include much more information which we don't really need. OpenAI or the LLM can then select the relevant parts and then process it back to our backend, where it will be stored in the database and sent back to the front end where the user can see it. Another big part, as Martin said already, were the comparison of the two databases, Elasticsearch and Milvus. A big advantage of Milvus is the very fast search time. This is because Milvus is searching with vectors, and Elasticsearch uses full-text lexical search. But if we compare the full time it takes to get an answer to a question, we can see that both databases have a similar time to answer. This includes the generating of the keywords or the vectors, searching in the database, and generating a natural answer from the document we got. These comparisons and more analyses helped us to improve our project to make it faster and get the correct answer to the question more often. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So time for questions.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice presentation. So how many different documents are you using in the project itself?
I have tested it with about 20 documents, and these documents are split into chunks to store them in the databases and can process them easier. But in production, there would be hundreds or thousands of documents which should be stored in the databases and crawled by the file crawler from a directory.
Mm-hmm. And is it also possible to find text parts in different documents at the same time?
In this version, not. We are also are only getting the information from the document with the best score we get from the query on the databases.
So we retrieve a lot of chunks from the databases, and we just return the best chunk. So if there are more that have a good score, it would be no problem to implement it in short time to return more than one document if the score is high enough.
Okay, and have you experienced any problems with different size of the different size of documents? So for instance, if you have a larger document, this one is preferred, or?
Yeah, this was a problem in the first versions of our project, because we stored the whole PDF document, for example, as one entry in the database. But if we tried to send this whole document to the LLM, it failed because it was too large. So we decided to implement the document dissector, which pre-processes the documents to smaller chunks. So firstly, we are extracting the text with TICA and then split it into chunks recursively.
Okay, thank you.
Also a security question again. So in a company, different documents can have different access rights. Is this something that your software can consider, or can you just question all documents that the system has access to?
So I'm not exactly sure, but I think you mean the documents in the background. We have given one exact folder path, I think, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is one folder path, and the whole directory is extracted with the document dissector. So you have to make a secure directory in order to have the security. If that answers the question.
I cannot choose that one user is not only able to search on one document, if you mean that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you compare different LLMs?
We have tried Olama, I think, or Elama.
Yeah. So Olama, or from Hugging Face, we have tried to make it offline, but we ran it on laptops, and the shorter times were about 22 minutes to retrieve a question from a natural question. And so it was a diploma thesis, so in half time we decided to just let it go because the quality was very bad. And yeah, we switched to OpenAI because the company said we are allowed to, and they have given us the API keys.
Yeah, I have a question related to that. So, yeah, if you're considering the market on LLMs, they're performing their benchmarks, and if you watch these benchmarks for a week on a weekly basis, it's always different LLMs which are performing better. So, I think it might be also interesting for users of your software to maybe exchange the LLM, because some LLM is now performing better. So, is it possible to exchange the LLM quite easily, or not?
Yes, so I used an interface to like an iLLM. I named it in the background, and I have an Olama LLM and an OpenAI LLM. And if I want to implement a new one, it should take about, I think, 1 or 2 days time to implement, or 1 day, I think. It's not very complicated to make it in the background, and it is documented. I have documented it for the company.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And it's, I guess, then also possible to use on-premise LLMs or public LLMs, or is it only possible to, depending on the interface, I guess? So now you're using the OpenAI. So ChatGPT with the online version, I guess. So you are directly requesting from the online version. But is it also possible to use on-premise? But I guess yes, as you said, you are using the Llama was on-premise. Yeah. But it depends on the infrastructure, of course, for the performance.
There was a problem because the Llama runs on-premise, and we just had
4 laptops and
yeah, that's definitely a thing about the infrastructure you have available. That's sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Mr. Eschelbeck?
Who did you intend this application to build it for? Who is the persona, the individual or organization that you're targeting with this application?
Yeah, IT Pro wanted it firstly to try if this could work and maybe to use it later on for their customers, which are different. Yeah, to how should I say? Their customers often have a huge amount of documents, for example, instructions of components in a bus, for example, which they are implementing. And so I don't have to search in the documents for the answer. I should be able to search in one application and get the right answer in a short time.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there has been a change in program. So the next team is going to be Joint Vision, coming to us from HTL Leonding. They use a head-mounted camera to measure the knee angle during orthopedic procedures.
Mein Name ist Jan Dommert. Bei unserem Projekt Joint Vision konnten wir in Kooperation mit dem Krankenhaus Welskirchen eine Software entwickeln, um den Kniewinkel zu messen.
Mein Name ist Lukas Meyer. Um diese Kniewinkelmessung zu ermöglichen, haben wir Aruco-Marker verwendet. Da diese Messung nicht ganz genau ist, mussten wir fortgeschrittene Filtermethoden anwenden.
Dear jury, dear audience, we are honored to present our diploma project, Joint Vision, a camera-based knee angle tracking solution. I'm going to talk a bit about the contents of our presentation. First, the motivation, then the goal of our project, who we are, the technologies we use to achieve this solution, and then we are going to demonstrate the solution to show you that it works. Now, why would we need this solution? Knee replacement, or also called total knee arthroplasty, is among the most common orthopedic procedures in Austria. Truthfully, Austria is one of the top countries that does this procedure. 17,000 times every year we implant a knee prosthesis. But what happens if the surgeon is not really, really precise? Sometimes such errors could cause higher friction than the original injury, causing massive pain. Therefore, a performance monitoring solution is needed to improve patient outcome. Here. Now, what is the goal of our solution? We want to show live graphs so the surgeon knows at every time during the surgery what they are doing, how the knee is positioned, and during the surgery they can move the knee and look at how smooth the movement is. If something is rubbing against each other, then the surgeon can adopt it. We are using a camera-based tracking system using a head-mounted camera. So the surgeon wears a camera on his head and films the surgery. Now, who are we? My name is Jan Dommert. We are from HTL Leonding, the 5M class. My responsibility was to show the graphs to the surgeon and to make the user interface, well, somewhat pretty.
And my name is Lukas Meyer. I was responsible for implementing the tracking itself, so the backend part of this whole project. What technologies did we use to achieve our goal? In the backend, we used OpenCV, an open source computer vision library for Python, to analyze the position of the markers and to extract the pose. So the pose is the rotation and the translation in a 4x4 matrix. For the front end, we use Tkinter, which is a very popular UI framework in Python. Yeah, we had to expand it a bit, but I will talk about that now. We had several challenges. The data that comes from OpenCV is at sometimes very noisy or very lacking. So we needed to use Kalman filters and unsend the Kalman filter to basically smooth the data out and also to be able to extrapolate data points from previous positions. Because OpenCV sometimes likes to skip one of the markers to detect. So we cannot calculate the knee angle because we need, of course, 2 markers for that. Then we use the Kalman filter to predict rotation and translation to achieve a smooth calculation. The de facto plot rendering engine, matplotlib in Python, was not fast enough to show the graphs live. So we had to implement our own solution with OpenGL and implant this into Tkinter so that we could show the data live. But now let's get to a live demo. Here we can select the cameras. All connected cameras automatically detected. So let's just restart. So here we have several selectors. When we so to demonstrate, I've brought the surgical trainer from our cooperation partners, the Krankenhaus Welskirchen. It is already open, so normally the surgeon would make an incision above the knee, slide the patella to the side, and bore holes for the markers to place them. We need 2 holes for each marker, as otherwise they could rotate and skew the result. Now, when the markers get into view, we can see that they are automatically overlaid with the ID, and that the graph is shown on the side. As even now in this pre-prepared demonstration, the rotations are slightly off. We need to zero in the markers to show a coherent graph. Now, when it is zeroed, we can start moving the knee. Normally, the surgeon would move it into a cutting position. And that change in angles is apparent in the graphs. You can see that despite the filtering, there is still some noise in the data, but when applying more aggressive filter methods, the results get very inaccurate and thus won't be able to be used in surgery. But it's not the only application. Now when we brought the knee into cutting position, we can zero it again. And now the graphs show the deviation from our current position. So the surgeon can cut away the injured bone and cartilage here and see changes in the knee. For example, if it moves slightly, it is visible in the graphs, and we can go to correct it to its original position. This is vital for improving the accuracy of the implantation, and to provide better patient outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Question time again. Turning that on.
So, congratulations.
Thank
you. One question, maybe you mentioned it and I didn't get it, but why is the knee blue on the pictures?
Sorry, I didn't mention that. That is because of the image processing and of the slow exposure time that we apply to the camera, so that we don't get a blurry picture when using it in the OR, then the markers are not able to be detected. This is mitigated with either more lighting or just higher quality camera than this webcam that we have here. Normally there would be a better head cam employed for that role.
Thank you. Yeah, also congrats. Sounds very interesting and helpful. How close or how far would you say is this from being used, or has it already been used during surgeries?
Currently, this system is not yet in use by our cooperation partners at the Klinikum Welskirchen, but we are planning on testing it for its accuracy in a clinical environment and then proceeding further.
And would that be mainly for Welskirchen, or would they distribute the mechanism then also further?
Mainly for Welskirchen, but it could be possible that such systems gain further use in other hospitals across Austria.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm also quite impressed, but I didn't understand why you need to use a head-mounted camera. So wouldn't it be more, as far as I understood, this camera is just for monitoring the text. Wouldn't it be more precise to mount this camera on a fixed position above the surgeon table? Because the head of the surgeon moves and then precision might be lost.
Yes, that was one of the challenges of this project. A static mounted camera is infeasible, as sometimes there's stuff obstructing the markers from above. For example, a person leaning above the person, and also it was mainly requested by our cooperation partners, as it provides more flexibility. But in its current configuration, it's also possible to employ a statically mounted camera, as it is just calculating the relative angle between the two markers, so it's not necessary to move it in that case.
Okay, thank you. So just one question, so you really have to drill 4 holes in the bone to fix that?
You need at least 4 points of stabilization. They can be either clamped on or drilled, but in the greater back of things, the drilling is just far more precise and doesn't really impair the bone that much that it would be probable. In a normal knee replacement surgery, there are already several holes being drilled in your bone to stabilize the cutting blocks. So a few more are not the end of the world here.
That's the problem, so that they have pains in the knee afterwards. Just joking.
More questions? Yeah.
I guess for the visualization of the results, you're using, I guess, some monitor in the surgery in the OP. So, but is it necessary to really see the results in real time? So, or is there time to investigate the results for the doctors and then make some decision on that, or are they using it for real-time decisions?
It was requested that they are shown real-time data, but the data is also recorded, and it is possible to encrypt and store the data as a file.
Okay, I see. Because then I would also, just as a future opportunity for you to understand, maybe it would be also interesting to have this for augmented reality, so to implement this on these aspects, so it is even more accessible to the doctors on that, and that would be also a nice feature for the future, maybe.
There's currently a company called Pixie Medical that is implementing this in augmented reality, but they are still just working on it, and it's not a finished product, and that was the inspiration for this project. So,
very cool, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Mr. Eschelbeck, maybe?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you have considered using this technology also for other surgeries, like hip replacement would be probably, in my simple mind here, similar. Maybe, I don't know if this is easily to transfer or transport, or if this would be a complete new application for other cases.
As it is implemented currently, that works best for joints that only move in one direction. So if you have the hip joint, that is a joint that is very dynamic in its movement, as opposed to a knee joint with just basically 1 degree of freedom. But it is possible to adapt the system to use it in other surgeries, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I think we're coming back to the team before. Relic Soon is a project from the HTL Leonding. Sophie Heider, Lisa Pichler, and Emma Weishofer have developed Relic Soon to help us take breaks and to relax. So, the stage is yours.
Did you know that staying hydrated improves your ability to handle stress? Hello, my name is Lisa Pichler and I was mainly responsible for the statistics on the admin page and the user profile.
Did you know that just 20 minutes of yoga can significantly reduce stress and physical pain? Hi, my name is Fye Link and I was responsible for the personalization, which includes the exercise plan and the recommendations.
Did you know that reading not only has a calming effect, but also lowers your heart rate? Hello, my name is Emma Weishofer and I worked on the EPUB as well as the audio view.
Yeah, welcome to Relic Soon, our thesis project that we developed in collaboration with Mecolution. I think we all know or can know that it's often really stressful over the day and it's often difficult to take breaks. It's always exhausting. It can lead to headaches, pain, especially in the programming sector. I think we know all our posture while programming and the neck pain that get through and other symptoms of stress, and there Relic Soon comes in. Yeah, with our relaxation exercises, we want to break through the daily stress and animate the people to make active breaks in the day. To help this, we implemented some reminders to don't forget your daily exercises. Additionally to that, there is daily journaling that you are able to track your mood about a period of time in form of diary entries. You also can see your stress level over the day. It is visualized in form of a heart rate diagram. You can also set some water goals to stay hydrated over the day.
If you're currently reading an ebook and listening to the audio at the same time, you may want to sync it so that you know when you're at page 3, you have to jump to second 3000, for example. We also implemented this.
Last but not least, there's also our relaxation media, which serves as a distraction against stress and helps the user calm down. That media includes audios, videos, texts, and EPUBs, and are provided by an admin, which has also an insight to statistics about the popular media of the app. And the user can also upload his favorite videos and texts to the app.
So let's move on to a short live demo of our app. I hope you can see it clearly. So since we just got our notification that we should do our daily exercises, I switched to the calendar screen for you. Here we can see our current exercise is to do some yoga for a minute. It's only set to a minute since we don't have too much time to show you the whole exercise. So let's just get started. We will press the start button so our time starts to run. And we will do our first yoga set. Here we see a short description and the exercises that we're going to do. Once we press the start button, we can get the description read out to us, and we see that the time has started to run, which means we have this amount of time to do the exercise described above. And once this time is up, the next exercise will come up automatically. But we won't be doing this yoga now. I know we're really sneaky in this presentation, but I will show you the rest of our application instead, which means we will go back to our home screen, where we can see all our popular media, which includes the media listed before by Lisa. Now, when we scroll through, we see that one media has a small shopping cart icon. This means that we have to buy this media for us, and we really like birds, so we want to have this media and watch some birds flying, which means we have to switch to the source screen, where we can buy this. And we see, oh, it costs us 3 stars. We have 17, as we can see up there. Ah, and our exercise is finished. We were so brave doing all this yoga. But anyway, we want to buy our media for 3 stars. Oh no, something has frozen. It's not very good. Yeah, I don't know why. Never mind, let's just pretend it did not freeze. If we would have been able to buy this media now, it would be in our profile, where all the other purchased medias are. We can play them like any other media, we can add them to playlist, etc., like we would anything else. And as we can see above, those two, the one video and the text, are our own media, which we uploaded ourselves. Now, to have a short view of the popular EPUB sync, we uploaded an EPUB, The Metamorphosis, written by Kafka. So let's just pretend we read to page 3. And now we want to continue listening to the audio instead of reading, because our eyes are really tired and we just don't want to continue reading. So we step into the settings, press the switch to video player button, and then the sync button. Now the app calculates an approximate second where we should jump to, and then we can just press the button jump to position, and we jump to the correct position in the audio. Well, now that we've shown you this app, let's have a look at how all of this works in the back end and the app in general. If we can close this thing, Sophie.
Yes, let's continue with our system architecture. Above, you can see our app that you saw before. It's a React Native app that can be compiled to an iOS app or an Android app. We especially focused on the Android app because we wanted to get it in the Play Store. Yeah. In the backend, there is a headless CMS, Strapi, and it's divided into parts. On the one hand, there is the API, and it serves all general CRUD endpoints like create, update, delete. And if we need more functionality, there is the possibility to implement custom endpoints. We use this, for example, for the recommendations for the user. On the other hand, there's the dashboard. This is the front end for the admin, where he can manage the content and the users. Yeah. And as Lisa mentioned before, there are also statistics. And for this, we implemented a plugin in React. Yeah. All data is stored in the content management. This is a PostgreSDB, and the local files are stored in uploads. Yeah, all notifications, like push notifications, going about Firebase cloud messaging with the step export backend between. Yeah. The health data, we don't save the health data for the stress level monitoring by ourselves. It is stored in Health Connect. It's more or less the same like Apple Health Kit, where the health data is stored locally on the phone. And yeah, and we got our data from there. Yeah. Now let's come to the timeline.
So, in July 2024, we started the implementation of our project, and by October, we successfully finished it. From then, the app has undergone field testing, which lasted until February this year. Since then, the main focus was fixing bugs in the app and now the app is on the verge of being released. Experience relaxation with Relaxoon is coming soon. Thank you for...
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I think everyone can relate to that. Yeah. I actually have two questions. So the first one is about, I was thinking about the gamification aspect in such apps, and did I get that right? So you get rewards for doing the exercise you just got, proposed, and then afterwards you can buy with that earnings something in the store. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and who is offering these types of contents you are buying?
Yeah, it is the admin, and in our case, it's a relaxation expert, and he's in Salzburg, and yeah. The plan is that he offers special content for relaxation.
I see, okay, thank you. And the other question would be to the related media. So you were proposing some media you would potentially like. So did you implement a recommendation algorithm in the back, or how does this work?
Yeah, we implemented a recommendation thing in the background. It works with the media the user likes, and looks for similarities because medias have, for example, tags and categories, and it looks for similarities in this case.
But you're using already ready API for that, or did you implement?
We sorted by ourselves, but it's no AI related.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, also thanks for the presentation. What would you say distinguishes your app from other such relaxation or health apps?
I would say it's the exercise plan, because there are a lot of apps with relaxation media, for example, but our idea was the relaxation exercise plan to make something new, or make something that already exists better. And there was already an MPV of this project. It was a media player. And we brought up the idea with the exercise plan, and yeah.
Thanks.
Also, congratulations to your presentation, and thank you very much for the very relaxed video in the intro. It was really very nice. So you also mentioned that you can track the amount of water you're drinking over the day.
Yeah.
So what's the mechanism behind that?
It's a very simple mechanism. You you saw the calendar screen, and there you can set per day a water tracker. You say you want to drink, for example, 5 glasses per day, and it's a count, and then you can add it with the plus, and it counts up.
You have to do it manually.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any question from Mr. Estelbeck, maybe?
I was just wondering how you kind of look at the plan development of the kind of the exercise plan. What are you gathering from the individual users before you do that, or is there some kind of a mechanism to automatically create those plans?
We don't create them automatically. There are some base plans, and the user can choose between a base plan and modify them for themselves. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Very cool app.
Thank you. Okay, coming up next from HTL Perg, Marcel Hochgatterer, Niklas Schnabel, Manuel Meyerhofer, Michael Klaus, David Tober. They are presenting the Habo Group Map, a map that shows all relevant locations for the company in real time and also enhanced with real-time information.
Ich bin Marcel Hochgatterer, Projektleiter des Habo Group Map Projekts. Ich bin verantwortlich für die Planung, Koordination und Kommunikation im Team und habe zusätzlich an der Entwicklung zentraler Funktionen der App mitgewirkt.
Mein Name ist Niklas Schnabel. Ich war verantwortlich für die Entwicklung der Backend-Logik und die Anbindung der App an die MS SQL-Datenbank, um eine effiziente Datenverwaltung sicherzustellen.
Ich bin Michael Klaus und habe mich auf die Entwicklung der Datenbankarchitektur und die Optimierung auf der Abfragen konzentriert, um eine stabile und performante Datenbasis für die App bereitzustellen.
Mein Name ist Manuel Mayhofer. Meine Schwerpunkte lagen in der App-Entwicklung und im Design. Ich habe dafür gesorgt, dass die Anwendung nicht nur funktional, sondern auch visuell ansprechend und benutzerfreundlich ist.
Ich bin David Truber und habe ebenfalls an der Entwicklung und am Design mitgearbeitet. Mein Fokus lag darauf, eine intuitive Nutzererfahrung zu schaffen und das Design nahtlos in die technischen Anforderungen zu integrieren.
So, good afternoon everybody. Today we will present to you our project which we developed the last 3 years in our school. Its name is Habo Group Map. And our client was Habo in Perg, which is active in the construction sites management. It is part of the Habo Group, which also contains 30 other companies across Europe. The problem Habo had was that it has many different locations. Like I said, it has around 30 companies across Europe. There, the overview is pretty difficult. So until now, they stored everything in Excel files and in databases, but it wasn't visualized properly. So they couldn't really see who is responsible for what construction site, where our location is really at. And also the assignment of responsibilities was very difficult. They wrote into Excel files and sent them via Outlook or Teams, and then the construction manager saw which sites he was responsible for. That is very slow and could lead to a delay of construction site finishing. So our app offers real-time information so that you can see which sites you are responsible for and where all the sites and locations are. So our solution was an iOS app similar to Google or Apple Maps, but the twist in our app is that it shows all the data from Habo Group, like the locations, the construction sites, and many more. For example, electric charging stations. So you have all the locations which you want to see at a glance. It also adjusts dynamically to the database, which means you can take a database and put something completely new in. Like in the last 3 years, many electric charger stations were built for Habo. So they did it in the database, and it could be easily shown in our app, so that all employees can find those charging stations. But also, as I mentioned, many different companies are part of the Habo Group, which means if you take, for example, PPS, which is responsible for pipelines, we can just take their database, put our app on it, and you show all the data from PPS. Also, our app offers an efficient filter function with which you can filter for the name of a construction site or the construction manager, which can lead to more, which can be very pro-efficient because the construction manager sometimes has to drive very far. And if you can make all the construction sites which he is responsible for in one area, it is much more efficient. Also, you can access the news of Habo Group through our app to see all the news of Habo in the last few weeks. Also, during our development, we came across a new opportunity for our app, which is the marketing opportunity. For example, if Habo is on an event in real life, you can see they can put our app on the screen and show where they are present all over Europe.
So now let's carry on with our project team. Our project team contains 5 persons. First of all, we have Marcel Hochkatterer. He was the project leader in our project, He managed the communication and the organization with the client. Furthermore, there is me and Niklas Schnabel. We were responsible for the database and the backend. And last but not least, there were David Tober and Manuel Meyerhofer, which were liable for the front-end and design. Now we come to our architecture. Our architecture contains a database, a backend, and a front-end. As database, we used an MS SQL server, which is always up to date. As the backend was written in C#, the backend gets the data from the database, and the data there is checked and prepared, so our app can react dynamic on the backend. And the frontend was written in Swift UI 15. It's an iOS app because Habo only have iPhones, so they needed an iOS app. Now we come to a short live demo. For the live demo, we installed the app on my mobile phone. First of all, we see our current location. Then we can see all construction sites. As you can see, the construction sites are shown clustered, which means if there are pins near, they are put together to one big pin. We also can deactivate the clustering to see all pin on its own. We can choose a pin, like in this condition, the Dynatrace construction site. We can share this location and also can route to this location. All these location types which you see here are then generated dynamic, like the office buildings. We can also switch to a satellite view. Then we can see the whole world. It's also good for marketing, as Niklas said, because you can represent where the Habo Group is represented worldwide. We also can search for any point on the map, like the HTL Berg. We can we see where the location is. We can route to this location and can also add it to favorites. So we have it in our favorite list. There are all our favorites. Here are the filter functions Niklas talked about. There we can filter office buildings and construction site. By office buildings, we can filter the name. And on construction sites, we can filter with the construction manager or the sum, how much it costs. There we also see the different locations. There we see more information. There we also can switch between active construction sites, completed, or we can see all. And here are the news. So every employee can see what's new in their company and are always up to date. And we also have a settings view where we can switch from white to dark mode or can change the language between German and English. This was our presentation about Habo. Now we are open for questions.
So thank you. So what data do you keep about the construction site? You mentioned the location and the manager. Are there other data?
Yeah, like the order sum is also with how much the construction site will cost, how long will the construction take, like the begin date, the end date, also some important persons who are responsible for the construction site, and of course the location.
Okay, so what you mentioned now seems to be static data. The real-time dynamic data is probably who is currently working there. I wonder if this data is collected automatically, for example, by the position of the phone, or does the manager of the site have to enter that in his app so that it becomes stored in the server?
The data which is shown is the data which is in the database, which means the active construction sites which get put in through like they got put in before, which means no extra effort. It just visualizes that with what is in the database.
But in the beginning you mentioned that managers always had to exchange Excel files with a lot of data that gets to be entered. I currently don't see this lot of data.
Yeah, it's like the construction manager and the some that work there, but this doesn't change really often. It changes. It is inserted at the start of the construction site, and then it can be changed, and it will be shown if it is changed in the database.
Okay, thank you.
Also, thank you for your presentation. So you mentioned that they're using only iPhones there. So each and every work at Habo has its own iPhone, or is it just restricted to some of the people?
No, they get a handy from Habo, which is an iPhone, and they also work with MacBooks. And like for that reason, we programmed in Swift because we didn't need an Android app.
And do you have an idea why they're really stuck with Apple?
I don't. I think they just like the simplicity of iPhone better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, also thank you very much. My question would be on technological side. What was for you the hardest part to implement?
Yeah, the hardest part was for the backend to get the data dynamically, which means we can just insert a new table, for example, the electric chargers, and for that to be working so that you can just put in another company and it shows the right data.
Cool.
So you told us that there is some information about costs and things like that for every construction site. So I thought, is there a role-based permission set behind that, or is everybody allowed to see every information about every construction site?
The data that is shown in the app is available to everybody that is working in the Habo Group, and the app is also available in the App Store from Habo, which only Habo Group employees can download.
Yes, but all of the Habo Group employees can see all the information.
Yes.
There is no...
Okay, maybe any questions coming from California?
I think my earlier question was already answered. I was also wondering about the roles and permission access to the data, and especially if the app is public or private, but it sounds like it's a private app that's only going to be accessible from inside Habo, if I understand this correctly.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I think the next group is going to be preparation for our upcoming break. From HTL Leonding, coming on the stage are Michael Stenz, Jakob Hofer, Michael Rueb, Jakob Schlager, Manuel Buchner, and Lukas Meyerhuber. They developed a tool to bring Alex Brot. They developed Alex Brot to bring sales in a local bakery to the next level.
Hello, my name is Manuel Buchner, and I'm working on the front end and the mobile payment app.
Hello, I'm Lukas Meyerhuber, and I'm working on the Medusa backend.
Hello, I'm Michael Ruhr, and I'm working on the access control system.
My name is Jakob Schlager, and I'm working on the front end.
Hello, I'm Jakob Hofer, and I'm also part of the team.
This was the team for Alex Brot, an all-in-one shop system for a local bakery.
65,000 tons of bread get thrown away every year just in Austria. We are Alex Brot, and we want to tackle this problem. But let's start from the beginning. This is Alex. He is a self-taught baker who bakes incredible bread in his small bakery in St. Konrad. But he got some problems. He manages all of his aspects of the business all by himself and can't focus on what he truly loves, baking bread. Selling his bread and managing all those tedious tasks can be really difficult, so we wanted to help him with our all-in-one shop solution with pickup stations. But how does it work? First, you order your bread in our web shop. After this, you will receive your personal access code that is unique to you. Alex will start simultaneously to bake this bread. After it's finished, he puts the bread into the pickup station, and you can enter, pay, and take it home. It is that simple.
But now, enough talking. Let's show it. So, this is the Alex Brot shop. And here we can see the current weekly offer with the bread that Alex put in. So, now we just have to select the bread we want. Let's order some baguettes, some Zwiebeln, and add these products. So, then continue to checkout, select the pickup station in St. Konrad, go to payment, select our payment, and as simple as that, we're finished. We just ordered the bread. Here we can see our access code. This access code allows us to enter the pickup station when Alex has finished baking the bread. Now, let's say Alex starts baking the bread. So, the bread is finished. And we can just enter our code here, 7732, and the pickup station will open. And if I don't want to remember this complicated 4-digit PIN, I can simply register any NFC card to register it as my key and open the pickup station. So I have to enter my code and register it, and the pickup station will open, and I can use this key as my personal access to the pickup station. Now I have access to my bread.
So how does payment in our system actually work? In the pickup stations, you will find a tablet and a SumUp card terminal. In the app, you just enter your code or tap your card. So now you can view your order, go to order and click pay. Just by simply tapping your card on the SumUp card terminal, you will be able to pay for your bread.
And the bread is so good that everyone wants to take a bite. So, but now it's time to meet the man himself, the man you've all been waiting for. Meet Alex.
Das ist Alex. Alex. Das ist Alex. Alex liebt es zu backen und macht das beste Brot der Stadt. Mit viel Liebe und Handarbeit entsteht bei ihm jeden Tag etwas ganz Besonderes. Doch als kleiner Händler hat Alex ein Problem. Oft bleibt sein frisches Brot unverkauft und läuft in die Gefahr, weggeschmissen zu werden. Die Lösung? Alex Brot. Mit Alex Brot können Kunden ihre Backwaren online bestellen und bequem in unserer innovativen Abholstation abholen. Jederzeit und frisch. So kann sich Alex ganz auf das konzentrieren, was er am besten kann. Die perfekte Qualität seiner Backwaren. Egal ob knuspriges Brot, zartes Baguette oder eine herzhafte Pizza. Mit Alex Brot bekommen Sie Ihre Lieblingsbackwaren immer in bester Qualität und Frische. Unsere einzigartige Zugangstechnologie garantiert, dass Sie Ihr frisches Brot zu jeder Zeit einfach und sicher abholen können. Alex ist glücklich. Sie sind glücklich. Mit Alex Brot wird's einfach lecker.
This was Alex. But now, let's talk tech. So, for all the e-commerce logic, we used Medusa. Medusa is an open source alternative to other proprietary e-commerce systems like Shopify, for example. We used an open source solution because we had to build a lot of custom extensions to fit Alex's needs. In the front end, we use Next.js and Storefront because of its easy integration with Medusa. The access control system you just saw is printed on our custom printed PCB with an ESP32 that communicates with our Medusa backend. Here are some photos of the development process of this. So, the payment app is an Android app that is on a tablet inside of the pickup station and connects to the SumUp terminal. And all of this, in the end, is deployed on my Kubernetes cluster and built with GitHub Actions. So, but now, let's look into the future. Our next steps will be to go live with Alex, and after that, after our first happy customer, we will expand our business to more small local businesses. Because if you think about it, Alex Brot is not just for Alex. It's for every small local business with these problems. So, and finally, I want to introduce you to our team. I'm Michael Stenz, Lukas Meyerhuber, Manuel Puchner, Michael Rueb, Jakob Schlager, and Jakob Hofer. And with Alex Brot, Alex is happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions?
So when you connect this one-time PIN to your NFC card, is that then a permanent connection? Or does
yes, it's a permanent connection.
Okay. So why didn't you use a password, for example, instead of giving a PIN?
Because we wanted the user to have it should be easy to enter the container. And let's say there are also a lot of old people that buy bread from Alex, and they just can just remember.
Okay. Another question is, when does Alex bake? Does he bake several times a day, or just in the morning? And when do the people have to order in order to get their bread in time?
Alex Brot is just is on a weekly basis. So as you saw, we have a weekly offer. That is just the offer for this week. And then at the end of the week, there's a baking day. And after this baking day, all the bread is put in the pickup station, and the users can pick it up, also the customers.
He bakes only once a week?
He only bakes once a week. It's yeah.
Is that fresh enough?
Yeah, it's for the weekend.
So with the PIN or with the NFC, I can enter a building, or is it a collected bag for me, or how do you manage that I don't get another bag and the next bag because it's so good?
It is building, and security was also a question for us because we thought a lot about are there going to be crimes? Will anyone steal something? Our first thing is we log all the access to the container. As you can see here in the admin panel. And this access, Alex can just, if something is missing, you can backtrace it. And also, a camera will be placed. The pickup station isn't ready now. It should actually be delivered tomorrow. It should be built at the place, and then we are ready to go live.
So maybe we are the first customers tomorrow, no?
Yeah.
What would you describe as kind of your major innovation? It sounds like a lot of the functionality is e-commerce functionality that's kind of off the shelf. But where would you kind of describe kind of the uniqueness of your solution and the innovation that you built?
Because we are just a solution that's just we deliver everything. If you want our solution, you get the pickup station, you get the entry system, you get our own custom extensions, because the e-commerce part, the basic e-commerce part, doesn't deliver anything from the access code and NFC tags. That's all that we developed our own. And as you saw, just the shop system, that is actually basic e-commerce logic, and we also use the basic e-commerce system for that, so that we don't have to do that ourselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. So your specific focus is around hardware integration, the access to the keys and whatnot. That's great.
So did everyone enjoy the bread?
I'm still looking forward to mine.
Sorry? I actually...
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it is time to take our break because we came to the end of the first part. Let's meet again at 16:45 for the second half. Thank you.
Minor inconvenience, good.
Wo war der Malt?
Hi,
my name is Susanna Young and I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifiques Luxembourg. I'm so happy to welcome all of you to the 2024 Luxembourg International Science Expo.
In the end, we were really good, but we didn't have a strategy at the start. But yeah, next time.
So, I'm still the best.
Where are you from?
Mexico.
I'm from Taiwan.
Tunisia. Morocco. Switzerland. Estonia. Palestine. So our project is mainly about removal of the nanotoxins. We are removing the nanotoxins either from blood or maybe injections and serums by using collagen membrane filters.
Our project is about the immobilization of turtle spine because in our country, Belgium, there is no equipment, so we decided to create a prototype.
Our project consists of helping beekeepers to collect certain data. For this, we have 4 sensors which are weight, temperature, humidity and sound.
Basically, this type of system would be placed in a doctor's office, so that the patients, when they go for a consultation, they could scan skin parts, skin malformation or moles, and see if they are healthy or not.
Welcome back after our break. The first team after the break is coming from our HTL Leonding. Ilyas Brkic, Asim Saliu, and Yanis Ferechan. Going to present, and I'm sorry, I have to read this. Efficient hash mapping for databases is a project which makes it possible to map datasets efficiently. I hope afterwards I know more. Okay.
Unser Projekt trägt den Titel Efficient Hash Mapping for Databases und wurde in Kooperation mit der Firma Dynatrace entwickelt. Ziel des Projektes besteht darin, einen Algorithmus zu entwickeln, der jeden Key einer Menge eine Zahl eindeutig zuordnen kann. Meine Aufgabe bestand darin, die Grundlagen des Algorithmus zu entwickeln.
Hallo, mein Name ist Yanis Ferechan und ich habe mich mit der Integration der 3 verschiedenen Encodings in unserer Rack-Split-Implementation beschäftigt.
Hallo, mein Name ist Ilyas Brkic und ich war für das Benchmarking und Evaluieren zuständig. Ich habe verschiedene Minimal Perfect Hash Functions mit Rack-Split verlegt.
So, hello, dear jury, dear professors, dear audience, dear people watching at home. Today we will present you our thesis, Efficient Hash Mapping for Databases. So, this thesis was made in cooperation with Dynatrace. So firstly, for some context, what is a minimal perfect hash function? It's a hash function that maps a set of keys to a set of integers with no collision and minimal space usage. Down below, we have 3 visualizations. Firstly, that of classic hashing, which maps a set of keys to integers, but with collisions and with space wasted. Perfect hashing eliminates the collisions, but we still have space that is being wasted. And now we come to minimal perfect hashing, which does not have any collisions and also uses minimal space. So why are they so great? Besides the fact, besides the aforementioned points, they're also very efficient. So they have a quick lookup time with constant time complexity. And they're also very space optimized. So, for example, we can see here, in our thesis, we mentioned 3 different minimal perfect hash functions. Firstly, a strawman that takes 48 bits for every key that is stored. Afterwards, BB-hash, which was implemented by a colleague of ours at Dynatrace, which takes about 3 bits for every key that is stored. And then comes our implementation, RegSplit, which saves data at about 1.8 bits for every key. So why does Dynatrace need this? Dynatrace has a lot of log data, and I mean petabytes a lot. And they have to save this very efficiently and also query this data very efficiently. So what they do is they take the log file and take all the data, all the words, and also postings, so where the words are saved within the log file. And we built a minimal perfect hash function on top of this, so we can find the values very efficiently. So now we come to our implementation, RegSplit. This was actually a paper that we implemented for the Dynatrace ecosystem. And our implementation was done in Java. So how does it work? It's an algorithm that recursively splits a set of keys into smaller sets until it is possible to just by brute force match the keys with the values, as you can see here. So now to go more into detail, we firstly have the bucketized step, where we take the whole data set and split it into smaller parts. These parts are also called buckets, and they are approximately size B. Why approximately? Because it is not efficient at this stage yet to evenly split them. And how does this happen? We take each and every key, we hash it with a seed, and then we order it to a set bucket. Afterwards comes the most important part, the split part. Here we take each data set, or each bucket rather, and we continue to recursively split it into 2 parts or more until we reach something that's called a leaf node, or the leaf size, from which point onward we can just find the value through brute forcing. We have actually implemented 2 versions. One of these versions is the version mentioned in the paper, which uses the function up above for the splitting and can split into more than 2 parts. And then came our version, on which we made it so that you can only split it into 2 parts. The reason for why this happened will be mentioned later. Something to note, because you have to split it into equal parts or into more than 1 parts, you also have to have a correct seed, or because if you just hash it, you will not get an even distribution. And for that reason, we try seeds and increment them until a good split is found, either both the same size or the right one, one smaller than the left. So now we come to the last part, which is bijection. In this part, we take the smallest leaf node, or we take the leaf nodes rather, and then we hash them again. But this time, instead of splitting them, we just point them to the values. And all of this is stored within the seed vault, but we have a problem. Because when we are trying to query this, we don't really know where the seed of each bucket is, from where to begin. And so for what we do for that is we save the positions of the buckets, and the saving is done in the alias fauna encoding.
So we use the alias fauna encoding to encode our bucket offsets. We do so by taking each offset and splitting it into 2 parts. The first part being the lower bits, which are then simply written into a bit vector, and the other part are the upper bits, which are matched to a sequence of buckets, incrementing the bucket count. These bucket counts are then unary encoded, which means that we simply write n once followed by a 0. This bit vector is then wrapped by a select data structure to make retrieval of bucket offsets easier. A select data structure helps with retrieving the position of a set bit inside a bit vector. To do so, it needs to pre-compute the positions of set bits using a 2-level system. The first level, for example, saves the position of every 16th set bit, while the second level saves the position of every second set bit. This makes it possible to calculate the nearest position inside a bit vector from which we can linearly search for our set bit's position.
So now I will go more into detail about the query. So after we have built our minimal perfect hash function, we want to find the value for a certain key. In this example, we want to find the value for 6. So what we do is we firstly, we follow the algorithm, but instead of doing it for every key, like in the construction, we only do it for 1 key. So we hash the key and find the position of where in which bucket it is. Afterwards, because of the alias fauna encoding, we know where to which seed to use for the hash value. And then we continue onto the splitting. But here we do not save the offsets because that would be inefficient. What we do rather, or in our implementation, because we have only 2 splits, we have made it so that the first split is always a power of 2. So because of that, we can use the function length divided by leaf times 2 to know how many nodes there are going to be in the left part. And because of this, we can just add 1 more to this value and know where the seed for the right part of the split is located. In the paper, they have done it differently. They go through the whole left part and calculate each and every part, and then go to the right part, or more than one part. But because we do it like this, it's more efficient. And afterwards, the bijection happens, we get our value, and yes. So now we are going to continue at the benchmarks.
So for the benchmarks, as you can see here, for the construction time benchmark, BBHash outperforms the RegSplit algorithms. But the more interesting part is that our implementation, the binary split, is better than the multi-split version that is mentioned in the paper. For the query time, it's a similar pattern where BBHash is also better than the other RegSplit algorithms. But also here, the BBHash, the RegSplit binary split is better than the multi-split. For, as you can see, we have quite a lot of room for improvement, so we want to further develop it at Dynatrace and optimize the query performance and the memory efficiency. So now we're going to show you a demo.
Does this work? Hello? Oh, okay. So because this is an algorithm and we already showed you how it works, we are going to show you a simple benchmark. So here we're doing the query benchmark with a data set of 1,000, and we are going through BBHash, RegSplit, and RegSplit binary split, our version. And as you can see, our version is faster than the multi-split version, but it's slower than BBHash. But what you have to keep in mind is that our version is theoretically more space efficient than BBHash. So because of this, it comes down to, do you really need the space efficiency? Then you use RegSplit, or if you need the performance, you use BBHash.
So
thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so a very interesting algorithm, a very challenging problem. So you took this RegSplit algorithm from a paper, but modified or extended it. So what was the extension or the improvement that you added?
Yeah, so firstly, the paper was rather vague. So we had to, actually, all of the encodings were done by us, and our improvement was the binary split. So the version when you only split in 2 parts instead of multiple, and where you make the left side a multiple of 2, because then you can calculate it instead of, like in the paper described, going through the whole tree.
And that even was faster than the original algorithm?
Yes.
Why don't you write a paper about that?
We wrote a diploma thesis.
Yeah, well, if you got an improvement, then you should publish it together with Dynatrace.
We're open to that.
Another question is, so the whole query time consists of the hash function and the collision detection. Now, a simple hash function with collisions is slow, but an expensive hash function without collisions might be as slow. Did you compare? I mean, the overall query time of a simple hash table, including collisions, and your perfect hash table without collisions, but a more complex hash function.
We did not compare it, but in the paper it was described that RegSplit is faster than generic hash functions. But the difference from generic ones is you have to build a minimal perfect hash function. After you do it, you cannot change it. So if you have a change, you have to build it once again and then query it. Yeah. So that is the...
Yeah, and also actually my other question was you have to know the key set in advance, because yes, otherwise you can't build this perfect hash function.
Yeah, that's why it's used for log data. Yeah. Where you have a log file and you want to query through it, you want to search for a specific word, and that's the use case that Dynatrace intends to use.
Yeah. I would be very interested in learning about the difference in time between a simple hash function with 1 or 2 collisions maybe, and your perfect hash function with more complex hash function, but then no collisions. So that's actually the trade-off of the whole thing.
Yes. Well, if we write a paper...
Maybe you can include that in your thesis if it hasn't been submitted yet.
It has been submitted, but
okay.
For next step.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions? Yes.
Yeah, also, thank you very much for the presentation. So how did you split up the work in the project? Who was responsible for doing what?
Yeah, so we thought that it was fair if the encodings and the data structures was split. Yanis was mainly for the data structures and the encodings. Ilias made some encodings and also the benchmarks, and I made the rough. I implemented the rough algorithm without the encodings.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Building
you.
on the suggestion to publish your work, I was wondering if you have considered doing a peer review of your changes to make sure that the integrity of the algorithm is not impaired.
Well, we would not be against it, but we have not considered it. If we were to write a paper about it and not a diploma thesis, then yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next from HTL Christkirchen are Fabian Neuwirth and David Wimmer. They are presenting Fye Link that makes it possible to establish a remote desktop connection from a web browser.
Mein Name ist Fabian Neuwirth und meine Aufgabe beim Projekt Fye Link war es, zum einen das Projekt zu leiten und zum anderen die Serverfunktionalitäten zu implementieren.
Mein Name ist David Wimmer, ich war bei Fye Link zuständig für das Frontend und für das Design der Anwendung.
Unser Projekt beschäftigt sich mit der Fernsteuerung von Remote-PCs und Servern über Webtechnologie.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Fabian Neuwirth and me, David Wimmer, are going to show you Fye Link. So first of all, we made it for AV Stompfel. They produce, sell and develop projection technology and software, and they also produce media servers. So the problem is that these media servers are often in a server room that is hard to access, so they need a remote desktop connection. At the moment, they need to install several programs for the server and the client to make this possible. And currently, it's only possible to use it on Windows. So the goal of our project was to make a remote desktop connection with VNC. You also can exchange files between the device and the target device. And it not only works for Windows, and you can use it for every operation system and with any web browser. And it's possible to connect to independent VNC servers.
So I'm gonna explain one of the, I think, hardest points of our project. It's the overall software architecture, as you see on the screen. It just means that we have the client on the upright and the server on the downside. In red, we have the components we developed and used. And the web browser and VNC server are not from us, they are just tools installed from the web. So I'm gonna do the live demo with the explaining to the architecture. So we see here in the first scenario, there are 3 of them. we are using the web browser to show the web app we developed and access or connect to the remote device, to the target device. It's done like this. We have this device here simulates our server, our media server in a server room. It's connected to... Achso, it's on.
Das rote.
So this device simulates our media server, which we want to connect to. And here runs our server software. And now I can open any browser and go to the IP address. In this case, it's this one. And then we see our self-developed login interface. Here we can enter a password for our server software. I'm gonna just enter it now. And then we need another password. It's because VNC uses their own security system, and it's for another feature I'm gonna explain later. I'm just gonna enter it too. And now we see on the left side, we see the screen of our remote server. We can just control it like some of you may be used to it. And on the right side, we have a file browser to exchange files, look up files on the server. We can navigate to different files. For example, I'm gonna open the desktop. Here I can, on the right top corner, I can create a new folder. For example, just call it configurations. And now I'm in the situation I want to configure something. I have the configuration file on my local desktop and I want to upload it. So I can just, in this case it's a settings.txt. Per drag and drop I can upload it to the remote server, and we see also here the folder I just created and the file are visible on the remote server desktop. We can also move files with a context menu like copy, cut, or delete them. I can also use shortcuts like the default Control X or Control C. Then I can go into the directory, use Control V, and we have the file here. I can also delete them again if I have uploaded the wrong file or something. Yeah, I can also search files. I mean, it's a file browser, and if we just want to control or to do something on the desktop, we can blend it out, the file browser. So we have it in full screen now, and now I can go here and open the settings app or something similar. This was, going back here, this was the first scenario. Then another one would be using our self-developed client app. It's pretty similar to the first scenario. It's just using our client app, which looks like this. It displays the same login interface, so it's the same interface for the user. We can enter the IP address and the password again of the server, and here the password of the VNC server. And we can do the same things as shown before. The last scenario looks a bit different because to use the file browser we need our server software. If this software is not available on the target device, so there's only a VNC server, we can still use our client app. For that, I'm going to close our server software on the target device.
and now I have to switch to VNC direct mode. It's called like that, and I just have to enter the IP because there is no password for our server. Then I can connect to it. The VNC password is still needed, and I can still control the remote, the target device. In that case, like I said, it's not possible to use a file browser. And yeah, that was the 3 scenarios we had to implement, and I wanted from the product owner. And I hope I could describe it clearly to you. And last, we developed the web app with TypeScript and React, and we tried Rust as backend language to try it out. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. So I didn't get it to the full extent. What's the difference between the scenario 1 and 2?
The main difference is, given situation, you come to a company, they have servers and you should configure them. So you have your own laptop and you just stick it into the network and open the browser so you can connect to it. Maybe as another situation, you have to configure multiple servers at once, or one after another. You can use the client app so you don't have to switch tabs multiple times.
Okay. Got it, thanks.
I was wondering, following up on that question, I was wondering, you have authentication-wise, you have just a password. Obviously, security is critically important for this kind of application if you access a remote computer. Where is the username managed here? Or do you have just one user and one password that is shared by everybody who is accessing that device, meaning you probably don't have a lot of logging abilities. So I'm just wondering how you kind of thought about that in the design.
So there are no users. There is just one password existing. If you know that password, you can connect to it. There is some logging on the server, and that was it.
I got it, yeah. So maybe an opportunity for a future enhancement to add some maybe username and password management to have better, tighter security model for accessing remote computers.
That would definitely be some improvement in security, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so I would like to ask, what is the protocol between the client and the server? You're sending user interactions, what are you getting back?
The protocol for the connection to control the desktop is VNC. It's called like that, yeah. And for the file browser, we're just using HTTP requests.
Okay, but so VNC supports all the transmission of user input, and are you getting back bitmaps of the screen, or what are you getting back?
We are getting back updates of the screen, or we are sending updates and getting back updates if we move something there, and have to.
Yeah, but the updates are little bitmaps that you then.
Yeah.
Okay. So it works seamlessly. That's good. Are there any restrictions compared to other remote desktop applications? Or what is the difference to remote desktop applications that do not run in a browser?
I think most of you will know TeamViewer. Mm-hmm.
TeamViewer normally uses their own server to find the remote computer, so you have to have an internet connection, which is not the case here with VNC. As we see, I'm connected to the internet right now, but it would work without. And other VNC software just don't run out of the box in the web browser.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that would be an advantage of your tool, but are there any restrictions or shortcomings compared to other commercial tools?
Yeah, the performance is in the web browser not that good, like on a native program, but that's all restrictions.
It's a full-scale remote desktop app. Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah, also thank you. I'm just wondering, the target group for this would be like the administrators of that company, or do they have other business cases here?
I mean, it could be used by anyone who needs to connect to a desktop in their local network, but mainly some kind of administrators, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a question from California? Or yes, we had. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, the next team is coming again from HTL Leonding. Tobias Eichinger and Winnie Ilming have developed a dynamic emergency light floor plan visualization.
Mein Name ist Winnie Ilming und ich war im Projekt Dynamic Emergency Light Floor Plan Visualization, kurz DELFPV, im Backend und im Frontend tätig.
Mein Name ist Tobias Eichinger und ich bin Projektleiter als auch Entwickler in unserer Diplomarbeit. Ich war im Frontend und als auch im Backend.
Good afternoon and welcome to our presentation about our diploma thesis. We cooperated with the company DIN, which is a company that constructs and installs emergency lights for other companies. What some of you might not know is that emergency lights are not some simple plastic shell that you hang up on the wall and connect to electricity and then they work. It's not like that. Instead, they are connected to a controller that knows about the statuses of those emergency lights. And there are many much more complex details in this, but that was our use case, and Tobias is going to further elaborate on why.
So currently, when when a company approaches the DIN to construct a building, they provide the DIN with a DXF file that contains the floor plan of such a building. The DIN uses the application called BricsCut to manually add their emergency lights onto these plans with additional information, like the circuit string. Now, this raises problems since the companies that use these plans now have to, further down the line, maintain these plans, because during the construction, some emergency lights get placed in the wrong position, or some are getting uninstalled maybe. So to keep this updated in the plan as well, the company has to have a BricsCut installed, and this is a problem, since it is a proprietary software.
And so here our diploma thesis comes in. We ship our diploma thesis on the controllers that are directly installed in the buildings, and so the customers of the DIN company do not have to install any proprietary software anymore. And then they can access the controls of the software via a web browser. And on there, they can see the statuses of the emergency lights. They can also modify them, the emergency lights on the floor plan, so they can drag them if they were wrongly installed. They can also rotate them. And the last critical use case for our application was the representation of several floors.
So now, some challenges were that the DXF format didn't really have a parser that suited our needs. Therefore, we had to implement our custom DXF parser that extracts the information from the DXF files, which we used, and then stored in our custom format, which we provided to the Angular frontend, which we also developed. Since we also didn't find a visualization library that could provide us with the suitable needs, we also had to implement that ourselves with the Canvas API.
Great. Now that we heard all of that, we can simply jump into our project. So right here, we see a file that was parsed and is shown in a canvas. And now right here, we can see that maybe if this emergency light right here is wrongly placed, we can tape it and then we can drag it away. And as we do that, we see on the top left, on the bottom left, a little button that says persist that we could click to persist this change if this would be right. Otherwise, we could simply roll back and put the emergency light back where it was at the beginning. So we can put it back. And of course, if we put it back, there are no more changes to persist, so the persist button is gone. But now let's say we want to persist this, then this is persisted in our database in the backend on the controller, which is very lightweight. And furthermore, we have the ability to show multiple floors. This is also managed in our database. And if we want to add a floor, we could simply click on this floor dialog, in which we can add a floor with an existing DXF file, which is parsed right in the browser, and is then transmitted to the backend, which saves it and provides it for the frontend again. And lastly, we can add lamps if a lamp was not dragged onto the DXF file beforehand. We can simply take a lamp. It's maybe a bit big. Great. And then, as we can see, it has no color. Now, if we change the layer of the lamp, we can set the color of the lamp, and this can then all be persisted on the back end. Great. And now, let's jump back to our tech stack.
So as we saw, the client uses an Angular frontend, which communicates with the backend via gRPC over HTTP calls. Since gRPC is not implemented in the browser currently, therefore we had to fall back to that. And it communicates with the controller, which hosts multiple services. These services communicate via gRPC, and our service, our floor plan service, is implemented in Go using a SQLite database to store our information. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions again?
Thank you so much. Can you share a little bit about the security model? That seems a pretty sensitive use of access to the emergency lighting system. Is there any authentication, authorization systems in place?
Yeah, so as we can see, there's an off service right here. We didn't show it, but we have a login page at the beginning. And the off service is not provided by us. It is provided by the company DIN. We simply connect to it, get a JSON Web Token from it, and with this JSON Web Token, we can then get further information from the backends.
So that's provided by the third-party emergency light controller.
That's right.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Just one question. So you mentioned that all the lamps are interconnected, so via Wi-Fi?
No, there's no Wi-Fi. They are connected per cable to the controller.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you also show the status of the lamps in your visualization?
Yeah, of course. I forgot to mention that. The status is this little dot right here. I'm not sure if we are able to see it. Yeah, there. This little dot right here is red, so that would mean that the lamp is disconnected or has another problem. Because we don't have a controller with us right here, this is marked, so every 30 seconds there might be another status, but it shows the use case of this visualization.
How do you identify a specific lamp?
In the lamp, we can specify the circuit and the address, and that's how the lamps are identified by the controller.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a new feature in such systems that you can control the status of an emergency light in a web browser, or is that common in other systems as well? So your system can monitor the status of your emergency lights. Is that a novel feature that is not available in other systems?
I don't think there are other systems.
Okay.
So we built this explicitly for the DIN company because before, as we told, there was only a proprietary software in which we could monitor the status, but there were problems with the customers that had to install the software. And so the company DIN decided to create its own thing on which everything comes shipped for the customer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, coming up are Felix Wimberger, Janis Sideres, and Julian Jaklic, who are going to test our IT security skills by using automated phishing attacks.
Wir bei SafeNet evaluieren die IT-Sicherheit Ihres Unternehmens mit automatisierten Phishing-Attacken. Mein Name ist Felix Wimberger und ich war fürs Backend und für den Versand der E-Mails zuständig.
Mein Name ist Janis Sideres und ich bin für das Frontend und die Phishing-Seiten zuständig.
Hallo, ich bin Julian Jaklic, war verantwortlich fürs Frontend und damit das gescheit nach was aussieht. Und jetzt ab zur Präsentation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to begin this presentation with a quick, simple question. Are you afraid of your inbox? You're probably thinking to yourself now, no, why would I be? I'm answering hundreds of mails a day. But we think you should be. 267 billion euros in damages were created just in the last year, just in German-speaking regions, just by phishing attacks. That's a huge sum and a huge problem for businesses. We offer the solution. SaferNet. With SaferNet, you can create phishing campaigns where you create phishing attacks and simulate detailed attacks with phishing mails. You get real-time insights on what your employees are doing, which mail they are clicking, and how they're reacting to being phished. And we generate you a detailed report and summary of each and every one of your employees' performance. But let's not just talk about this product. Let's see it in action.
Okay, perfect. Here we are in our web app. We are currently in the dashboard tab, and we can see here all our campaigns that have already been created and that are currently running. But first of all, let's create a campaign. Creating a campaign is very simple. It's straightforward. Just type in a name and you're good to go. But of course, you can also customize it. You can set different start and end dates, tweak the complexity of a campaign. That means the phishing emails that are being sent out by our system are categorized by different things, and with a higher complexity, more different categories are being sent out. Of course, you can also pick the services that are used in your company and select or unselect employees. Now, let's create it. But of course, as we all know, most employees aren't that fast to reply to emails, so we'll just look at a campaign we've already created last week. As we know, this campaign is still active, so the information we'll see now is just like a snapshot of the information we already gathered. so it will probably change in the course of the campaign. We can see here that in this campaign, 11 employees are being tested, and we've already sent out 16 phishing emails. With 16 phishing emails sent out and 2 interactions, that means the 2 employees already clicked on emails and put in their data, like a password or downloaded a file. The score is already down to 79, which is pretty bad. So let's see where employees could improve a little bit. As we can see here, the sensitive information score is pretty high. So that means our employees are very good at detecting phishing emails that try to gather their sensitive information like credit card infos. But they are not that good at detecting credentials. That means phishing emails that try to get their passwords and their email addresses. We can also check out the traffic over time. That means when our system sends out phishing emails, when the employees click the links, and when the interactions with these phishing emails happen. We can then see a quick table view of all the employees in our campaign and the amount of links they clicked and the amount of interactions they had with the phishing emails. Next, we see all the planned emails. Janus, please send them out now so that we can view them later. So, first of all, these planned emails are being sent out over the course of the whole campaign so that it's not the thing that every employee gets the phishing email at the same time, so that it's a little bit different. These planned emails are also categorized in different categories and different difficulties, which also influence the overall score. Now, Janus, please show us them.
Yeah, so before you judge your employees for clicking on each and every mail, maybe let's take a look at them and maybe think for yourself if you would have fallen for these tricks. Here's a replication of a Google mail. This is a real mail from Google that you receive. We've slightly modified it, but you can't really tell the difference. So now if you click on it, our server got that. And if you send your email or phone or password, so we got you. Now, let's just be glad it was a test and not the real thing, because we don't save your data and real hackers do. But now, let's look at the technologies we've used to implement this solution.
So now that we have seen how it's been used and how it is, we're going to talk about it, which technologies we used for implementing it. In the front end, for the UI, we used Next.js and also for the phishing websites. For the login and the user management, we used Auth0. And at our REST API, we used Quarkus. Our database was from PostgreSQL, and our mail client was Mailjet. We started this project in March 24th, and since September, we had our first prototype ready. It has since then been used and tested. I hope you liked our presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions?
Please log in through the Google Home app.
Okay. So I think it's not the only phishing campaign tool existing in the market. So what are your USPs?
So our solution, we've researched this, and there is an open source tool called GoPhish, but it's pretty hard to implement. You pretty much need an IT sector in your firm, and we offer a solution that just simply requires one admin or one tech-savvy guy in your company to set this whole thing up, and that's what makes us unique. So thanks.
Do you have a way to automatically generate those phishing messages? I think the key is, of course, to vary them and change them over time pretty rapidly to avoid kind of people learning them. Do you have a way to automatically, maybe through some kind of machine learning or whatnot there, to automatically generate them?
Yeah, so we've looked at that, but since it was our diploma thesis, we've only had a month. We built web scrapers and whatnot to try to automate this process as much as possible, but it just simply wasn't worth the time during this month that we've had. We have a half automated process now where we just need to review it more or less and change some simple things, also the complexities. So yeah, no, we don't have fully automated processes to generate these mails and sites, but we're working on it. Thank you.
Maybe a future enhancement, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. You were talking about you can choose the difficulties of your emails in the tool. Maybe you can you go into a little bit of more detail what distinguishes these different difficult levels?
Yeah, sure. So the difficulty means that there are many types of phishing emails that are, for example, being sent out by domains that really look realistic. So there's probably just a letter wrong with the real domain. But then, of course, there are some phishing emails that are being sent out from any kind of domain that is obviously fake and has a lot of spelling mistakes or other things. And those are the things where we can change the difficulty of the phishing emails so that, for example, the score, which is here to compare different campaigns, is then influenced more if an employee is clicking on a very obvious fake email and not so much influenced when he's clicking on a really realistic one.
I see. So you also integrate this level of difficulty in the scoring for the employees. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions?
Very quickly.
Sure. We have the time.
What does the user get as a reaction when he clicks a dangerous link? Does he get noticed about?
No, we thought about that, but we were in contact with some client companies that are testing this product right now, and they said it's not really necessary to inform the employee because the information process is made by the company later when the report is out and the whole campaign is finished, so that right now it's just an error message that are being displayed here.
What consequences does it have from the side of the employer if an employee clicks on such a message?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really up to us, but of course it shouldn't have any bad influences. It's just very important for companies to know if the employees are very good at detecting these phishing emails or not. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Our next team is coming to us from the HTL Grieskirchen. Dean Vorig and Nathalie Sonnleitner are presenting DGD, a digital logbook connected to Microsoft, Google Maps, and also Outlook.
Hallo, wir sind Nathalie Sonnleitner und Dean Vorig und wir möchten euch heute unsere Diplomarbeit präsentieren, das digitale Fahrtenbuch. Unser Ziel war es, die Fahrtenerfassung für Unternehmen leichter zu gestalten und dass der Papierkram der Vergangenheit angehört. Dafür haben wir ein modernes System entwickelt.
Zum einen wurde eine Anmeldung via Microsoft realisiert, um dem Benutzer eine einfache und sichere Anmeldung zu ermöglichen. Weiters wurde Google Maps integriert, in der Routen von Fahrten übersichtlich dargestellt werden. Ebenso besteht eine eigene App, in der Fahrten protokolliert werden und eine Schnittstelle zu Outlook, in der Terminkalender von Fahrzeugen dargestellt werden. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our presentation. First of all, thank you for being here today. We are excited to present you our diploma project, Digital Drive. This project was developed over the course of our final school year at the HTL Grieskirchen. Our goal was to solve a real-world problem through modern software. This project was completed by a two-person team, Dean Vorig and myself, Nathalie Sonnleitner. We divided the workload based on our individual strengths with a shared focus on quality. Our supervisor was Gerald Heimbucher, who guided us throughout the process. We also worked closely with our client representative, Lara Sperrer, who supported us with real-world feedback. Now, let's talk about the motivation behind this project. Our client, Paso, used to track business trips through simple Excel sheets. This manual process was not only outdated, but also error-prone and inconvenient. As the previous software for time tracking had been replaced, they were left without a proper solution for trip logging. Our mission was to create a new system. one that's automated, intuitive, and tailored to the current workflow. To bring this project alive, we used a wide range of modern technologies. The backend was built using ASP.NET Core and Entity Framework Core for the database connection. The web frontend was developed in Blazor, while the mobile app was created using .NET MAUI. For database management, we used PostgreSQL. We also integrated APIs from Microsoft Graph for the Outlook calendar and from Google Maps for route tracking. For authentication and user management, we relied on Azure Active Directory, now known as Microsoft Entra ID. This allowed secure login via Microsoft accounts and provided seamless interaction with the client's existing identity system. Sorry.
So now let's move on to the live demo. Okay, so what we see here is our overview page. There we can see our booked trips in the future, and below we can see trips the user has already done. In order to book a new trip, we have to navigate to that page. We have to fill in some things like the vehicle we want to use for our trip and the time. So for instance, let's take a trip for tomorrow, 5:54 p.m. until 19:45 p.m. and from where and to where. Then we can see the route below. You can see the distance you have to drive. You can see the time you will need for that. And yeah. And then just create it. And afterwards it is booked. You can see that in the calendar of the vehicle. So that's the meeting. Every vehicle has its own calendar. And yeah, that's the one we booked now. And in order to start it then, we have made an mobile app. Genau. And there you can see the trips which are in the future. Then you can just start it, have to fill in some information. And yeah, so now the page we are now seeing is the main page where you can see the time you have been driving. You can see the map again, and you can also open the navigation via Google Maps. There, as you can see, you have your current location and your destination, and then you can just start the navigation. And afterwards you can just close it when you arrived. So now you can see the trip we've just done below. It is not built yet. You can also do that with our software. And for this you have to navigate to that page where you can create a new travel expense report. In order to do so, you have to select a trip. So that's the one we've done now. You can add some further travel expenses you may have had and add the amount. You can also print it then as a PDF, which would look like this. And afterwards you just save that. As an admin, you can also see some further things like changes, what people have done in the app. You can see some statistics, for instance, which user has driven with which car the most, or all your vehicle types you have in your company. As an admin, you can also create new vehicles, and afterwards you have to assign them to your employees here. So yeah, that was it.
So thank you for your attention, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. What was your motivation to go with MAUI?
Because it's usable for Android and iOS.
But there are also other frameworks in the market.
Yeah, we chose that because that was the first one we saw.
And it was also easier to implement Blazor with it. You can use it in the web application and also in .NET MAUI. So we don't have to learn another front end.
So you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Do you automatically track the route that the car took?
Yeah, as the start destination and the end destination and the kilometers that are in between there are automatically tracked and saved to the database.
So do you take that from Google Maps or do you really track it from the car?
From the start and end point, the user selected.
But what if the user took a completely different route?
Then it's used from Google Maps. Yeah, it's
yeah, but somehow you have to notice that the user didn't take the route.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question right. Yeah, it's tracked from Google Maps over the API connection.
So you are tracking the mobile phone, or do the cars have a responder that?
No, it is already given from Google Maps. You can just use it from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a question from Mr. Eschelbeck? Yes.
Do you have any plans for commercialization of this product, and how do you think about kind of pricing, licensing? How do you kind of want to bring this to the market if you're planning to do so?
So we did that project for Pataki Software GmbH. So at first it is going to be used by them, and they may also think about selling it to customers, but that's not really of our business, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. The next team joining us today is from HTL Leonding again. Yannick Kendler, Leon Steinhuber, and Michael Leisch are going to present or to introduce the learning platform IPO Multiflex Academy.
Hi, I'm Yannick Kindler, and in our project IPO Multiflex Academy, I was responsible for front-end development and design.
My name is Michael Leisch, and I was involved in both back-end and front-end development.
My name is Leon Steinhuber, and I was mainly working in the backend. The IPO Multiflex Academy is a learning platform with the goal of explaining the Multiflex ERP tool to IPTO's customers through short video tutorials. You will hear more about it in our presentation.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now present to you our project, the IPO Multiflex Academy. The initial situation is the following. The company IPTO produces an ERP tool called IPO Multiflex, which basically is used for managing every part of a company, like tracking inventory, delivery of products, bills and accounting, and employees and their salaries. This results in very complex UI and a tool with very many functionalities. Therefore, it's a bit hard for new customers to understand. So we were tasked with building a video learning platform to explain this product to the customers. Now the question may come up, why not just use YouTube or an existing video platform? Because we also added functionality like quizzes and learning paths that further optimize the learning and make it easier.
In our project, we had two main goals. First of all, to create a tutorial platform for videos to teach the customers and employees the ERP tool. And the second part was to make the website as easy as possible to understand. Let's start with the first page, the dashboard. Here we display a bunch of videos and learning paths. These are divided into 4 sections. On the top we have the continue watching, where you get a list of videos you started watching. Then the assigned content, where you got content you got assigned to from a supervisor. And the last 2 sections are suggested content. You get recommended depending on the star ratings and previous watched videos. And then you can filter the dashboard on the sidebar with tags or search for a video on the search bar.
Right, when you now open a video, you can view it here. You have all the video controls you use to full screen it, etc. Each video also has a title and a description, as well as a star rating, and you can save it for later use. Down below, you could also leave a comment or optionally complete the quiz for the video.
And then there are the learning paths, which are a collection of videos, and they offer a guide for learning a specific topic or to check the user skills.
Obviously, we also offer the functionality to edit and create those videos, which works by uploading them to our server, where they are processed using FFmpeg to be streamed in the Dash protocol later on in small chunks. And you can enter all the data I mentioned before, like the title and description, and edit the quiz questions.
Now let's get to the tech stack. In the front end, we used Angular and Dash.js. Dash.js to stream the videos in the front end. And then we used the Quarkus backend and a Postgres database.
Now let's get to the live demo. We will start at the dashboard page, where we can see a bunch of videos immediately. They all have their tags that are associated with them, and you can see their length and description. On the left-hand side, we can filter these videos by their tags, and we only get those displayed that are relevant. And at the top, we can search for a specific video. If we now click on the video, we get to the video page, and we can see the video is downloaded and streamed wonderfully. And on the right-hand side, we can see all our information. Down below, we can edit or add a star rating and save the video for later use, as well as copying the link to a clipboard for sharing it with others. Down below, we can leave a comment informing the video's creator about what we think about it, which can also be edited if we are not happy with it, or deleted entirely if we don't like it at all. If we go back to the dashboard now, we can scroll down a bit and look at the learning paths. Here, the major new thing is that on the left-hand side, we can see this progress bar and that there are 3 videos contained in this learning path. The progress is currently at 0%, and after we watch the video in the middle, we can complete the quiz on the right-hand side by simply selecting the answers and clicking Next. After we selected all the answers, a score will be assigned. This score in this case is above 80%, which is the margin needed to go to the next video. If we click that button, you can see on the left, we now have a progress of 33%, and the second video is selected. And obviously down below, you can still view the description of each individual video or give it a comment. The third important part is the admin view, which admins can select here in the nav bar, where they can view an overview of all the videos of the company. They are displayed with their view counts and average star rating and a bunch of important data. We can create a new video by clicking the button in the top right and giving it a title and adding a description for it. Now on the right, we can upload a video. This works either by dragging and dropping or selecting from a file system. And it's now being processed in our backend and is now streamable, basically. Here we can select an accent color for the video, which is automatically generated, but can be changed if needed, and that visibility can be set to everyone or just internal employees, as well as adding tags to it to filter it better. Down below, we can now add a question. We can add as many questions as we want, as well as multiple answer options. These answer options can then be simply ticked and marked as correct for later use. Right, now we save that video and go back to the dashboard, where we can immediately see it here and click on it and view the video beautifully. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
What do you see as the major difference from the existing training and educational applications? There's plenty of them on the market. Have you done any kind of analysis what's out there, and how do you differentiate?
Well, basically our solution is just custom tailored to what the company IPTO needed. They decided to go with this solution because they can self-host it and it does not cost them anything, and they can obviously also add all the features they needed and don't have any that they don't need, as well as they can include the system very nicely into their existing support sites.
So it's the customization that you did specifically for the customer in this case.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
So it's like the customization that you did that makes it such a unique application that the customer wouldn't use any third-party product, any existing third-party product.
Well, IPTOR uploads their videos to explain their tool to their own platform. So that's kind of why the customer uses their platform. It's not intended for general use. It's not a product that IPTOR sells to someone else, but uses to explain their own tool. Their main product is the tool IPTOR Multiflex, which is the ERP tool. And our Academy platform is simply used to explain that.
Great.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I had a question. The videos are provided just as MP4 files, or do you also convert them on the server to different resolutions so that they fit the bandwidth of the clients, for example?
No, they're not just MP4 files. As I mentioned, they are streamed via Dash. So they are converted into M4S files, I believe is the format, and there is one manifest file which gets downloaded, sent to the client. And then the client basically buffers it. I believe the buffer size is 12 seconds at the moment. And each chunk is downloaded as needed in order to not stretch the bandwidth too much.
Okay, thanks.
And regarding user management, did you also integrate with an existing solution from the customer?
Well, IPTOR has an existing support platform, and obviously all the customers have accounts with them. So basically our tool is seamlessly integrated into their support system, so it was not really our main task to build a new user system, which is quite redundant in this case. So they basically just included it in their existing system.
Okay.
Is it already used?
Yes, they're testing it right now with a few select companies and uploading the videos. I believe some are for internal use only. Yeah, it's being tested.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we stay with the HTL Leonding. Our next team is Tobias Eichinger, Luca Kwiec, Julian Schludermann and Arvid Schnalzenberger, who present Franklin, an exam monitoring platform that offers assessments that simulate real-world programming.
Mein Name ist Julian Schludermann und ich bin Projektleiter und Entwickler des Franklin-Projekts. In unserem SIP-Projekt war ich hauptsächlich für das Backend verantwortlich.
Mein Name ist Tobias Eichinger und ich habe beim Franklin-Projekt hauptsächlich den Desktop-Client entwickelt.
Mein Name ist Luca Kwiec und ich bin Developer beim Franklin-Projekt. Ich habe primär bei der Desktop-App und dem Backend mitgearbeitet.
Hallo, ich bin Arvid Schnalzenberger und habe im Franklin am Frontend gearbeitet.
So, good afternoon everyone. Even though the video was German, we of course are going to present in English. So in that sense, welcome to a presentation of Franklin. Without further ado, we will get right into it by answering the first question. What even is Franklin? Franklin is an application that establishes exams that are close to real-world programming, where students can have access to the internet during their test. Sorry, I have a small hiccup. Especially when programming, it is essential to utilize online resources such as Stack Overflow or official documentation. However, unrestricted access to the internet can also be problematic, since students could use AI tools to generate answers or download complete projects on platforms like GitHub. In order to mitigate that, Franklin periodically takes screenshots of the client's screen and sends them to a central server. After that, a teacher can then review those uploaded screenshots in a web interface. This process can be demonstrated best in a short little live demo. So let's have a look at Franklin.
So for the purpose of this live demo, we made a small coding exam where my two colleagues will attempt to write a Java program. And we will control if they cheat or not by using Franklin. But first of all, we have to generate a test in the instructor client. We have to fill out a few basic informations like the title. We are just going to call it demo. And when the exam will start and end, we will use just like these numbers down here, which simulate or represent the lessons, like first, second lesson. So after saving the test, we get a pin, in this example 363. And if we want to see what my colleagues are seeing right now, they have the OpenBox open, which is like the client that the students use, where they have to sign in by using the pin and entering their first name and last name. When we go back to the test overview and start it, we can see that we have 3 students currently signed in and that the status of the test is ongoing. If you now enter the Petra mode, we have our 3 green boxes which represent each student, and we can choose like which one we want to monitor. We can also toggle on Petra mode, which will periodically switch between the different screens. But for now, I think we will just stick with Tobias and see what he is doing. If for some reason a student disconnects or something happens, the box will turn red and the teacher has the option to like walk up to him and see if he closed it on accident or if something happened. While we take screenshots, we also have, for this purpose, we have a metrics dashboard to view the utilization, because after a lot of exams with many students, it's very likely to use up a lot of memory or disk space. So we clear all exams after 1 month, but we also have the option to do it manually if needed. Switching back to Petra mode, we see that one box turned red, and this indicates that ULAND disconnected. Now, when ending the exam, we can go back to our test overview and look at the videos. We can now generate videos from the taken screenshots. For example, we will now choose Julian because we didn't really watch what he did. And we see that the job has been started. We have a job log, which lists all current jobs. And this one was queued, but now it's done. And we have 2 options. We can either download the video and watch it on our PC or view it directly in the browser. When watching the video, we can skip through and look what he did, if he cheated, used AI, or cloned already finished GitHub projects. And would you look at that? He generated the sorting algorithm with ChatGPT, and now it's up to the teacher to discuss further procedures with the student. And now I would pass on to Habo.
So, now that we've seen Franklin in action, I would like to talk a bit about our architecture. The web application that you've been able to see just now is called our instructor client, and it's basically what our instructors or teachers use to monitor our students. Our screenshots and videos are saved and managed by our server, and the server itself gets the screenshots from our student clients that you've seen before. Yeah, so now I think.
Continuing with the technologies, we have seen the 3 applications. The first one being the Franklin server, using the Java programming language with the Quarkus framework as the database to store our information. We use PostgreSQL. The Franklin instructor client uses Angular with TypeScript. And the Franklin student client uses Rust to build native applications for cross-platform use. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Who has questions? Yes.
What's the price? Yeah, very nice, very nice. So how does it scale up with the number of students? For instance, you have to do an exam with 100 students at the same time?
So I can probably answer that as I wrote the server, and scaling is actually a big problem for us because there's a large number of screenshots sent to the server. For one, what we do to counteract performance problems is that the server kind of manages its own speed. So screenshots are not uploaded by the clients every 3 seconds automatically, but the server explicitly says, okay, now I have time to process a screenshot, and asks the client to upload it now. And the client is then given a certain timeout period that is configurable where the client can upload the screenshot, and if he uploads the screenshot too late, then it's just rejected.
Mm-hmm. So have you ever thought about analyzing the screenshots? So, for instance, that you immediately identify the cheating?
Yeah, we've thought about that, but it's currently not implemented.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and another question. So when you take the screenshots, do you see any legal problems?
Of course, it's important to get the consent of all participating students, but test environments are mostly computer labs where the students are on PCs provided by the school on separate test accounts. So I think you know that you are being monitored, and I think you wouldn't open personal or private stuff while you're being monitored, but it's definitely important to consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a technique to reduce the traffic on the net would be to record just the web pages that have been accessed and the files that have been opened. So you have to install some monitoring software on the student PC anyway. So this software could maybe also intercept the access of web pages and files, and that would reduce the traffic a lot.
Yeah, I'm not a specialist on that topic, but I think on Linux, for example, you need root privileges to capture the traffic on a network interface, which is not possible for our school PCs.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there another question from Gerhard Eschelberg? Maybe?
Yeah, I was wondering if you have designed this application primarily for kind of interview kind of settings, like one-on-one type settings, or if you also look at this as one-to-many, like an exam type setting.
We definitely look at this as a one-to-many. So a normal school exam, there's only maybe 1 or 2 teachers and many students, of course. So that's also why we have this petrol mode where we can iterate through the list of connected students, and also this review feature where because it's of course impossible for the teacher to look at every screen at the same time. So there's this review feature where the teacher can generate videos also in bulk and kind of review the footage afterwards.
I think there may be a real opportunity kind of looking at this also from a one-to-one, from an interview kind of setting perspective, especially to avoid hiring North Korean software engineers.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Our next team is going to bring us into the Middle Ages. David Gölzner, Slavino Viaciev, Klaus Mühlbacher, Benjamin Fuchs, and Stefan Beitel from the HTL PEAC developed Skull Knight, medieval pixel art game featuring Sir Richard Archibald. That is right.
Hi, I'm David Gölzner, the Engine Master of Scarlet.
I'm Slavino Viaciev, and I'm the art director working on Skull Knight.
My name is Klaus Mühlbachler, and I'm the engine developer for Skull Knight.
I'm Benjamin Fuchs, and I'm an audio engineer working on the sounds of Skull Knight.
I'm Stefan Beitel, asset designer for Skull Knight.
Skull Knight is a 2D pixel art fantasy game where the player has to fight to unlock a bunch of features, including different skins, weapons, and abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a warm welcome out to you as we present to you our video game, Skull Knight. Firstly, what is Skull Knight? Skull Knight is a 2D pixel art fantasy video game made with the Unity 6 engine, which features the story of our very own Sir Richard Archibald, our Skull Knight. As Skull Knight, you get to take on different enemies and bosses, utilizing a variety of different combat mechanics and magical spells. Now, these magical spells and combat mechanics might help you to take down enemies, but will you be able to defeat the bosses? That remains to be seen, as we have provided the gamer 2 main game modes. Our first game mode is a brand new story mode. Now, in the story mode, as Skull Knight, you get to follow the story of Darren the Whisperer and see all new enemies and bosses and meet a variety of colorful characters, some of which have been voiced by our very own HTL professors, as you can see here.
Now let's talk about the other game mode, the Endless mode, which was the first and original game mode we implemented. The Endless mode is a high-score-based game mode where you try to survive as long as possible on large maps containing different locations, also called biomes, and take on different enemies which get stronger over time. You can also face very difficult bosses to unlock unique gear. Now that we've brought to you the basic features of our game, let's talk about the motivation and the team behind it. Let's start with the team. We first have David, which is our project leader and also the engine master, lead programmer, and director of animations. We also have Slavino, which is the director of art, me, Klaus Mühlbachler, engine developer and programmer, Stefan Peitel, who is sadly not with us today, but he's the asset designer, and Benjamin Fuchs, who is responsible for all of the audio engineering. We decided to make a video game because we were very curious about game development and wanted to try it ourselves. Our teachers told us that it would be a very difficult and time-consuming task, but we decided to take on the challenge and managed to make a pretty proper, functional, and fun game within 1 year of development time.
Moving on to our technology stack. I personally utilized Adobe Photoshop for creating the sprites in the game, the sprites being the textures that you see in-game. Here's a few examples. On the top right, you can see me using a graphics tablet to draw our very own Darren the Whisperer. On the left side, you can see a demon type of enemy, and on the bottom is a frostbear type of enemy.
When it comes to audio and sounds, I used Audacity to edit the sound files, which I sourced from pixabay.com. It's an open source platform for copyright-free videos, images, and music and sounds. Furthermore, we used 11 Labs AI to create specific sounds and the character voices. Here you can see how I edited the sound from the AI using audio mixture and audio filters.
Well, to breathe life into some of her characters and enemies, I used the animation rigging mechanic, which is a method that uses the 2D PSB file importer package to load the Slavino's Photoshop files into the Unity engine. After that, I add various bones to the Photoshop object, which then are animated individually using keyframes.
When it comes to coding, we mainly use C# since Unity is simply supposed to be programmed with C#. But more interestingly, we used a bunch of special libraries and Unity components, like the 2D PSB importer, as David already told us, to use big Photoshop files and combine them with the animation technology. We also used NavMesh AI to implement enemies with a smart real-time AI pathfinding mechanism, and we also used the sprite library Unity component to work with everything revolving around sprites, like the skin swapping system inside the equipment system.
All right, let's get into the demo. So here I have loaded into the game, and I'm... Oh. I've just loaded into the game here, and I'm currently fighting the evil witch, as I show you now. We do have some fusion combos which then can be used, but due to the witch being a mini-boss, I need to wait until she gets down to be able to hit her. Which attacks she uses is randomly chosen in the code. And if she just gets down, I can hit her with our own combo system. Another thing I want to show you is our beloved first game endless mode boss called Cain, or like we lovely call him, Canubis, which is an Egyptian-inspired boss, where you need to fight him. Where you need to check or to find out how you can defeat him properly. Because if I want to hear, he kicks me away, and now I need to check how he can be. He is able to. I am able to defeat him. Yeah. Well, that said. We are now open for. Hello? We are now open for questions, and we would like you, if you're interested in the game, please download it for yourself. And now, thank you.
Thank you.
How many users do you already have?
Well, we already have some users. We presented it on the open day in our HTL this year, and we there have already got 10 potential users, which then are playing the game if released.
Cool.
Release was on Sunday.
And
so
what was your motivation here? Just doing a project, or is it the game you always wanted to play?
We were very interested in game development, and it was like the teacher said it wasn't be possible, and we want to try out if it's really impossible or not. And I must say, we learned a lot about how complex it is to develop a game, because it's really time-consuming and exhausting task, especially some features like animation, drawing, and the other stuff.
How long does it take you?
We started the 1.0 version in the 4th grade last year, but we decided to overhaul the whole game mechanics this year. So I guess I used, let's say 2,000 hours into the game, for the game.
How long does it take for user to play the whole game? On average?
Which part do you actually mean? Story mode, endless mode, or both?
Both.
Well, the story mode is basically a story where you follow different characters alongside special steps and levels, and in the end, we have fight at the end boss and get rewarded. Mm-hmm. In the endless mode, like Klaus told you, it is more like high score-based game mode, where the player is able to crack his own high score while defeating enemies who get stronger every, I think it was 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And how long does it take to play the whole story in the story mode, on average?
I would say, if you're a good player, 3-4 hours.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But if you're new to the game, let's say 8 or 9, 10,
okay,
because you just need to learn the combos and the other controls.
Yeah, but it's actually quite some nice time, especially if you think you need to draft the whole story, you need to draw everything. So, well done, thank you.
As far as I know, Unity is a framework for writing such games.
Unity is a game engine to just for creating 3D and 2D games,
right.
Using the ASP.NET.
So my question is, how much of the effort has been devoted to coding, and how much is designing the characters, defining the animations?
Well, I would say due to the reason that we started in the 4th grade, we just knew the coding system of Unity, so the most of the work were the animations and the cutscenes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
But it still needs time to code, of course. Any questions in the audience?
Any questions maybe from the States?
Well, I was curious if you have built in any Easter eggs into your game as well.
Well, Slav, vielleicht möchtest du da?
There's a specific character in the game that has a very small chance of spawning. It is a version of one of the existing characters, but it's wearing a bikini. So if you would want to try it out, try your luck to see if you can find it. Good luck, but that's about it.
I will accept your challenge. No, very nice job. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you. Thank you for coming. Our next team is again from the HTL Leonding, Julia Meyer and Victoria Pradl. They are presenting trend spotters that analyzes and visualizes trends for solvistas.
Hello and welcome. Before we dive into our presentation, we'd like to give you a quick introduction to our project. Our project should simplify the search for relevant tenders by scanning multiple platforms with a web crawler. A machine learning model then analyzes and filters the most relevant tenders, presenting the results in an interactive dashboard. My name is Victoria Pradl, and together with my project partner, I developed the web crawler that collects tender data. I then trained a machine learning model to automatically identify the most relevant tenders. And my name is Julia Meyer. I developed the web crawler as well as the dashboard for visualizing various analyses of the crawling process and the tender content. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're excited to present our project, TrendSpotter, a smart solution to make the search for relevant tenders faster, easier and more effective. Let's dive in by first looking at the problem many companies are still facing today. The manual search for relevant tenders is in many companies an extremely time-consuming and frustrating process. Employees often spend hours, if not days, clicking through cluttered platforms, PDF documents, and cryptic websites. Every tender must be reviewed and categorized individually. This process not only consumes valuable time and resources, but also raises the risk of missing out on important opportunity. That's exactly where our project TrendSpotter comes in, to make this complicated and ineffective process much easier and smarter. So let's have a look at our features. TrendSpotter uses a web crawler to automatically download tenders from various platforms. First, it goes through top-level pages and stores the child links in Postgres. After the crawl process, it loads the child links and extracts the PDF documents from it. All PDFs are stored in MongoDB, while the metadata about the platforms is stored in Postgres. The entire implementation is done in Python. After data collection, the tenders are classified using a machine learning model. To begin, we conducted a data analysis to compare platforms based on the volume of crawled PDFs and frequency of key terms. In order to make initial prediction, we manually filtered the documents using a list of predefined data science terms. A tender was only labeled as relevant if it contained at least 2 of these keywords. The result were 11 relevant to approximately 3,100 irrelevant tenders. As there was no target variable in the original dataset, we trained a large language model to generate additional synthetic tenders based on the 11 manual ones. This resulted in balance for training a neural network. The performance of this classifier was significantly improved, both in terms of accuracy and reliability. Once tenders are successfully classified, Companies are automatically notified via email, including a list of all tenders identified as relevant. And now on to our last feature, the Analysis Dashboard. The Analysis Dashboard provides a quick overview for the company of the different analyses. Those are divided into different sections. Here, a quick spoiler of our Analysis Dashboard, so you can follow my explanation of the various components a little bit better. And one section of the dashboard especially focuses on the keywords the tenders contain, like you can see here. When I talk about keywords, I mean those words that were used to classify the tender as relevant. And the departments to which the tenders are classified as relevant are also displayed. And here for the departments, we differentiate between software and data science. So now what does our dashboard really do? First, we have the association analysis, which are all about the keywords in the tenders. Next, we have the tender analysis in general, where different facts of one tender are displayed, and those facts could be extracted from the PDFs of the tenders. And lastly, the analysis of the crawl process, where we analyzed how long one crawl process took, or how many links, for instance, were crawled. And to implement the dashboard, we used Python Dash, which uses Dash 19 components, which is kind of similar to React. Now we move on to our live demo. Here we can see, sorry. Here we can see the dashboard with the association analysis. The top diagram shows keywords connections for the department data science. The lower diagram shows the top 5 documents with the most keywords. And the lower right diagram shows the most common keywords in this department. And if we switch to the other department, software, we can see that the analysis changed. For example, the keyword connections changed because there are different keywords used for this department. And if we now move on to the tenders section, we can here see that for the department software, 8 tenders were crawled. And we can see, for example, the issuer or the keywords that were found in this tender. And here we can also filter with the dictionary for other keywords, for example, reporting. Oh. Or if we switch to the department data science, here we can also filter for some keywords like, monitoring. And here we can see that one tender was found which contained the keyword monitoring as well as the keyword Daten. And that was it for our live demo. Now we move on to the tools. Oh, oopsie. Now we move on to the tools we used and how our system, what our system architecture looks like. So we start with the web crawler. Like we already mentioned, the web crawler crawls the tender platforms and saves the child links into the Postgres database. And after the crawl process, the child links are loaded again from the Postgres database, and each child link gets crawled again for the tenders or the PDFs. And those are then saved as tenders documents into the Mongo database. And from there, the machine learning model loads all the tenders, even those which might not be relevant, and classifies them as relevant or not, and also allocates a department to the tender if it is relevant. And if all tenders are classified and the informations are extracted, the tenders get saved back into the Mongo database. And lastly, the analysis dashboard loads the tenders, displays them, and generates all the analysis. So what are our next steps? First of all, we want to integrate further tender platforms, especially those that require authentication. Currently, we only focus on publicly accessible tender platforms. We also want to enhance our information extraction, such as identifying use cases or whether a tender is public or private. And the most vital step we want to achieve in our future is the identification of additional tender types. So we want to spread out our project to various sectors such as healthcare or infrastructure. Yeah, thank you for listening. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So is it also possible to define your own keywords for this search? So for instance, you're working in a specific domain, and can you enter these keywords?
Yes, we have a list for data science terms, and we also classified one for software. So you can enter a new list with keywords for that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what was the motivation for you to focus on such a topic? Because this is really a pain point for many, many companies out there.
So we looked for interesting diploma thesis, and the company gave us this idea, and we were, we want to do that, because we applied for many other companies, but that was the one we were interested the most.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So you're crawling the data from the different tender platforms, and I can imagine they are quite diverse. So the PDFs are they structured quite similar, or are they quite diverse, these PDFs? So that would be my first question. And regarding to that, how much did you put into this processing and pre-processing of these documents and the data to have it in the database? Because usually you say in data science, 80% is data engineering and just 10% is modeling. So I'm curious about how much did you need to pre-process all this data to put it in the database?
So the tenders were similar on the platforms, but it depends even on the platforms. And so for us to classify, it was rather difficult, but somehow we looked up for words like Veröffentlichung, and then we classified or saw that there's the date when the Frist ends, and so it was more based on OCR, I guess. So you scan the document and see for keywords, and there you pick the information and put it into the database. Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, but I have an additional point for your next steps. Fill out the questionnaires from the tender automatically. Yeah?
Okay, maybe Mr. Eschelbach has another question.
I was thinking about if you're planning to use this also outside of your existing client. So it sounds like you have an established customer client. Do you see this also as a product potentially that you're launching?
Yes, I think so. If we wouldn't have done this in cooperation with Solvistas, we definitely have thought about that we may have this our own product. Yes.
I think there's a real need for this kind of solution, and I think it would make a real nice company.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We are ahead of time, and we've already reached our final presentation. So again from HTL Leonding, Paula Sitziger and Maria Aschenberger are going to present Girls Guard, a system that offers a sense of security, especially when traveling alone and especially for women.
Hello, my name is Maria Aschenberger and I implemented the front end for the Girls Guard project.
Hey, I'm Paula Sitziger and I implemented the backend in the Girls Guard project. Did you know that about 55% of women avoid certain places because they feel unsafe?
With Girls Guard, we want to help women feel safer so that they don't have to avoid places they might have before.
She never made it home. And the worst part, they didn't even notice until it was too late. Many of us have heard similar stories, or maybe even feared being that story. But with Girls Guard, we want to avoid that from happening again.
Welcome to the presentation of our diploma thesis, Girls Guard. First, I want to introduce you to the team of Girls Guard. To my left, you can see Paula Sitziger, and she developed the backend for Girls Guard. And I'm Maria Aschenberger, and I developed the front end. In today's world, personal safety is still a serious issue, especially for women. Imagine this: over 50% of women in Europe avoid certain places because they simply don't feel safe. And keep in mind, Europe is still considered relatively safe compared to other parts of the world. If this is the reality in Europe, how does it look in the rest of the world? That's not just a statistic. That's a reality we can't ignore. Girls Guard was developed with one clear mission: to help women, give them a reliable and safe way to reach out to trusted contacts when they feel in danger, to make them feel a little more safe, a little more seen, and a little more in control.
What is Girls Guard? As Maria already mentioned, Girls Guard is an innovative safety project that aims to help women feel safer in their daily life. Girls Guard is a safety app focused on real-time location tracking. With just the press of a start button, users can instantly share their live location with chosen safety contacts. From there, these contacts can monitor the user's movement and call them directly if needed. Girls Guard is designed to be simple, fast, and potentially life-saving. Now let's continue with the most interesting part of our presentation, our feature set. First and foremost, we have our real-time location tracking. Users share their location with selected safety contacts, allowing them to follow their movements live. Furthermore, we have automated emergency alerts. In case of an emergency, alerts are automatically sent to all safety contacts, including the user's location. Hand in hand goes the shake detection. It can be used to trigger an emergency alert as simple as shaking the phone, which comes in very handy when a reaction needs to be really quick. Below the start button, you can see the call button. This call button enables the users and the safety contacts to call each other when they notice anything suspicious happening and want to make sure everything is all right. And with that, I want to dive into the live demo.
So, as you can see here, On my screen, I'm the Start button screen. First, when you open the app, you can already see that the design of the app is really simple, so that in case of danger, you don't have to think about which button to press or where to search for the most important features. Obviously, you can also see all your profile information and all your safety contacts. Here you can add a safety contact, but I have already added Paula to my safety contacts, so that is not really needed. If I now feel unsafe and I want to start my journey home, I can simply press my Start button. And in Paula's safety contact view, you can see that I am marked as sharing my location, so that she knows I'm sharing my location. On her view, you can already see the calling button, which is there that if Paula notices anything weird about my location, if I suddenly move really fast when I'm supposed to be only walking home, she can just call me. On my view, you can see I have the SOS button, which animates me to press it when I feel in danger. I can also just shake my phone and also send an emergency alert. Apple is blocking all the notifications when sharing a screen, so she has to push down. Also, I can call if anything really serious happens to me. For example, when I just want to call my mom, I can just click on her and I can call her. Yeah, so that's how simple you can use Girls Guard.
Now let's continue with our technical foundation. As you've already seen, we have an app that is developed with modern technology in Swift and Kotlin, and the UI is a map-based. Our backend is written in C# with ASP.NET Core and MariaDB as a relational database. And as for authentication, we are using Firebase authentication for secure login and identity management. And real-time communication between users and safety contacts is made possible with Signal R. And all of this is hosted in Railway. This setup ensures our application is secure, scalable, and reliable. Now I want to talk about our future goals. We are planning a partnership with local authorities to enable faster and more coordinated response times in emergencies. We have contacted the federal ministry, but they sadly don't have a budget for this year to integrate this project. Then furthermore, we want to integrate a map view where we can display the real-time locations of all safety contacts in one place. And last but not least, we want to officially launch our app in the App Store and in the Play Store, so Girls Guard can become more widely accessible.
We live in a world where far too many people feel unsafe doing things as simple as walking home. Girls Guard doesn't pretend to be a solution for everything, but it provides safety and it gives people the chance to act when it matters the most. Because you shouldn't feel unsafe when just walking home. You shouldn't make your route by streetlights or shouldn't pretend to be on the phone just to feel safe. Girls Guard exists because safety shouldn't be a privilege. It should be a right for everyone. Thank you.
the last time that I'm asking, are there any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Your app is also working in background. So when I have locked my phone, for example?
In the Android version, it's possible, but sadly, in the iOS version, it's not possible because we don't have a paid Apple developer account. So the notifications have to be fetched all the time, and that's blocking, that gets blocked from Apple.
And are you also planning to show a widget on the locked screen so that I do not have to unlock my phone to start, for example, the SOS button?
Yes, that's also a feature that is really important because you don't have to have the app open all the time.
So, man, I think it's really a very good idea and could have definitely used that myself already. My understanding is you always need somebody else being aware or available, or have you also ideas about what if it's 4 in the morning and everybody else is sleeping?
Yes, that's why we want to connect with other authorities, such as the police, or so you can reach out to other people. We've also thought about a feature where there's like a community, but that's really hard because how do you find really reliable people and people you can trust, because obviously also bad people can join this app.
And are you storing the location data somewhere, or is it just live tracking?
Because for the user's safety, it's not really stored, it's just sent to all the safety contacts, and when the location sharing is stopped, the locations are also deleted.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, impressive project. Not a question related to the app, but you said already that you were in contact with public authorities. Did you already have contact with the Linzer Frauenbüro and also with the Upper Austrian Frauenreferat? Maybe they could also be a next starting point for you, as they are local and regional authorities, and I would encourage you, if you haven't done that yet, to get in contact with these.
We have contacted the current women's minister, Eva Maria Holzleitner, and she sadly said that they don't have budget right now, but we could try next year.
But also maybe start with the local ones, because they also sometimes have budget for small projects. Maybe that could be also a contact point for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the very nice presentation and for the nice idea. My question is, what motivates you to go native? So with 2 different apps?
Yeah, so that was a tip from our supervisor. He was advising us to make 2 native apps because we can use the specific features from the recommended programming language. So it's, for example, the shake detection is way easier to implement and to make it really work when using the native programming languages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, one last time, are there any questions from California?
I was thinking about this application could have a much broader use, even including like car safety and other areas. Have you considered those areas, or are you thinking about this in the coming year?
We haven't really considered this, but our supervisor has a really big view on all next steps, so we will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Wonderful. All the best.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So this was it. This was a 19 very impressive projects. The jury is now going to take their time to discuss who has convinced them the most, who is going to win. I would suggest we meet again at 7:15. And in the meantime, there's going to be the after movie. Is it? Yes, okay. The after movie of the Luxembourg Science Expo 2024. So our potential winners might want to see that and see what is going to come. Thank you. Thank you.
Project Award an der HTL Leonding.
I'm the director of the Fondation Jeunes Scientifiques Luxembourg. I'm so happy to welcome all of you to the 2024 Luxembourg International Science Expo.
In the end, we were really good, but we didn't have a strategy at the start. But yeah, next time.
So, I'm still the best.
Where are you from?
Mexico.
I'm from Taiwan.
Tunisia. Morocco.
Switzerland. Estonia. Palestine.
So our project is mainly about removal of the nanotoxins. We are removing the nanotoxins either from blood or maybe injections and serums by using frozen membrane filters.
Our project is about the immobilization of children's spine because in our country, Belgium, there is no equipment, so we decided to create a prototype.
Our project consists of helping beekeepers to collect certain data. For this, we have 4 sensors which are weight, temperature, humidity and sound.
Basically, this type of system would be placed in a doctor office, so that the patients, when they go for a consultation, they could scan skin parts, skin malformation or moles, and see if they are healthy or not.
Schon orange haben, wenn man blau hat.
Okay, just a short, hello? Yeah, okay. Just a short heads up. The jury is not going to be on time as you all are. They're taking some more minutes, but they are reaching their decision. Looks good. We'll be back. Warum? Oh, come on. recognition.
Project Award an der HTL Leonding.
So thank you for coming back or for staying. The jury has reached a decision. Therefore, I can invite Peter Bauer and our guest of honor, Julian Hopf, onto the stage for the awards ceremony.
Wir müssen durchstehen, Julian.
Alles gut.
Danke.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank, lieber Herr Abteilungsvorstand, liebe Schülerinnen, liebe Schüler. Ich darf Ihnen allen sehr herzlich gratulieren, dass Sie heute teilgenommen haben, auch an diesem Award. Das ist eine besondere Leistung, nicht nur was Sie geboten haben, sondern auch gerade in der Zeit, wo die Reifeprüfung vor der Tür steht, also insbesondere deshalb ein großes Dankeschön an Sie, dass Sie sich da auch wirklich so intensiv mit der Thematik auseinandergesetzt haben und hier teilgenommen haben auch. Ich bedanke mich sehr herzlich bei der fachkundigen Jury, auch wie im vergangenen Jahr, dass Sie sich Zeit genommen haben, so lange, nämlich, wie ich weiß, seit 14 Uhr sind Sie hier sozusagen tätig und im Besonderen auch bei dir für die Organisation und deinem Team, das dahinter steht, auch den Technikern, die man jetzt nicht sieht, aber ich habe auch in den Technikraum hineingeschaut. Also alles in allem eine sehr stimmige Organisation. Ja, okay. Du bist vor mir gestanden. Sehr stimmig. Ich danke allen sehr herzlich und gratuliere insbesondere auch den Siegerinnen und Siegern sehr herzlich. Dankeschön.
Danke, Julian. Wir fahren dann mit Best of Innovation.
Nachher bitte noch ganz kurz da für ein Foto und ein kurzes Interview. Ja. Genau, danke.
All right. Okay, I'm on. So, good. So, let's see. We start with Best of Innovation. The whole thing is, it was a really hard decision for all of the categories, I think. And so you've seen it. It took a while for the jury to discuss and to find the final solution. But now we have some solution, and yeah, Best of Innovation, and really congratulations to 3D Perks Prothesenoptimierung. Where are they? Woo! Okay, perfect. Thank you. Congratulations. Great thing. So, next one. Best of Business. Yeah, there were really many different projects and possibilities. But we found one, and this is Transporter. Where are they? Woo! Woo! Yeah, last but not least, the main award. It was really hard. It was 3 different projects which were so close, and yeah, it took really lots of discussions. But now we finally can say that there is one team winning the main award, the travel ticket to Luxembourg, and I congratulate CT Online. Woo! Okay. Well, we're done, so photos will be done afterwards, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Katharina, do what you have to do.
Okay. I will say not more, but thank you. Thank you to the streaming team and all the technical support that we got today. Thank you for joining us as jurors. Thank you again to Sarah Ivcevic for organizing everything. Thank you for all the teams for presenting. Thank you to the audience for coming. Thank you for the streamers for streaming. And final thank you to the Absolventenverein. They are sponsoring not only the main award, but also the buffet that is outside waiting for us. And yes, this was...
Stay tuned. Next April 2026. I forgot the concrete date, but you'll find it on our website. Will be the Project Award 2026. Looking forward to that. Thank you. Goodbye.
And have a nice evening.
Project Award an der HTL Leonding.